Okay, so today I will start learning how to code, actually, in practice. But before I do that, I wanna have a clear vision of how does the website works, how is it structured. So how does the user connects with the website, and where is the website based on? Is the website based on a hoster, and then the hoster contacts the files on my computer, and then that's the chain? Or does the consumer, when the user enters the website, he enters directly on the file, access directly the files on my computer? I'm kind of confused about that. I don't know how it works properly. So let me see if I wrote this on the programming thing. How does the connection with the software app and then user or platform work? Yeah, this is kind of the same question, but for websites and not for software. Mac interactions, how does electricity computers? Is the internet, no, that's a different question. So yeah, let me write the questions I want to ask here, just to organize my thoughts. Don't have a license for the words. Why isn't why isn't open an office, right? So what are the questions that I want to ask? How does the user connect to the website? What is the website structure? From what I study, there's the front end and the back end, and the back end is seems to be the as the name says, the back of the website. So I imagine that there is the server, and then all the websites get connected to this server somehow, and this server contains information for a lot of websites, and then that server makes the connection to the computer where the files of the website are stored at, and that's how it works, but I'm not really sure. And I also don't understand very clearly how are the languages connected, because I heard from a lot of sources that for the backend you need some types of languages, and for the front end you need another types of languages. So I only did like one free course on the front end, on building one website, and one free course on the backend with Python, but I still don't have a good vision for how things are actually built on practice. So let me think about better questions. So let's start with these two and see if we find anything. And then after I have a better vision of that, I kind of have another question too. After I have a better vision of that, then I will start coding. Did I close them? I think I closed My mouse is little bit strange. Oh no, it's here. How are backend and frontend connected? Maybe computer science map and design, something like that. I wrote website wrong. Computers connected to the web are called clients and servers. A simplified diagram of how they interact might look like this. So yeah, that's another question that came up in my mind. If I design the website but someone else is using, do I have to keep the files on my computer? Let's write this. Where are the files of the website of a company stored? Clients are the typical web users, internet connected devices. For example, your computer connected to your Wi-Fi or your phone connected to your mobile network, and web accessing software available on those devices, usually a web browser like Firefox or Chrome. Servers are computers that store web pages, sites or apps. When a client device wants to access a web page, a copy of the web page is loaded from the server onto the client machine to be displayed in the user's web browser. Yeah, so it's kind of like I imagine. The client and the server we described above don't tell the whole story. There are many other parts involved, and we'll describe them below. For now, let's imagine that the web is a road. On one end of the road is the client, which is like your house. On the other end of the road is the server, which is a shop you want to buy something from. In addition to the client and the server, we also need to say hello to your internet connection, TCP, IP, DNS, HTTP, component files, code files, assets. Domain name, transmission control protocol, internet protocol, communications protocol that define how data should travel across the internet. This is like the transport mechanism that you place an order to go to the shop and buy your goods. For example, this is like a car or a bike. Allows you to see, yeah, that's basically intuitive. Component files, websites made up many different files which are like the different parts of the goods you buy from the shop. Those files come in two main types: code files. Websites are built primarily from HTML, CSS and JavaScript, though you'll meet other technologies a bit later. Assets, this is a collective name for all the other stuff that makes up a website, such as images, music, video. Oh, so now he's gonna say what's the path exactly. The browser goes to the DNS server. So I'm guessing that the internet connection, the TCP, IP, DNS, this part of the process is what they call backend, and the part of the user interface called the frontend, which is the code files, the assets, and the component files. The browser goes to the DNS server and finds the real address of the server that the website lives on, and the address of the shop. The real address of the server that the website lives on. So is that the server or the computer where are these files stored basically? I'm wondering. The browser sends an HTTP request message to the server asking it to send a copy of the website to the client. You go to the shop and order your goods. This message and all other data sent between the client and the server is sent across your internet connection using TCP/IP. If the server approves the client's request, the server sends the client a 200 OK message, which means of course you can look at that website. Here it is. And then starts sending the website files to the browser in a series of small chunks called data packets. The shops give you your goods, blah blah blah. The browser assembles these small chunks into a complete web page and displays it to DNS. Your special numbers look like this. This is called IP address, and you represent. Yeah, this is the IP is the identification of your computer. Unique location lab. To the website's rule. There are special servers that match up a web address you type into your browser, like Mozilla.org, or to the website's real IP address. So the domain is the point where to mask the real IP address from the website. So it goes to server, to domain, and then to the user. Describe the format in which the data is sent from server to client. What do you mean here? Basically, when data is sent across the website, it's sent as thousands of small chunks. Blah blah blah. So let's search for where are the files of the website stored. So I think basically for creating a website you don't need to focus on the backend, but I remember seeing some people say that we do. Well, I think I need to change the string name. Building landing page. I think now it's correct. Beginner guys. So what I really want to understand is after I build the website, where do I keep the files? Maybe that's a better question. After I built a website, where are the files? There must be a better way to say this. After I built the website, where are the files stored? I think this one is probably a good one. maybe on my computer is just the files that contact the server. To connect FTP client to connect to your WordPress server. Zero guide on how to use FTP to upload WordPress files for detail. This is alternative to FTP's file manager. It is a website-based application that comes built into cPanel dashboard of your WordPress hosting account. Also, probably WordPress is the place where the files get stored. Files and folders in the red square, the core WordPress files. Blah blah blah. Here a list of core WordPress files and folders you will see in your WordPress site's root directory. So these are the files that I think I need to build, and then I probably upload them on this WordPress. And that's where the WordPress is the place that it connects to the, or is the server itself, and it connects to the web browser, which is gonna depend on the user, and maybe there's different types of way you can code for different types of browsers, or maybe it's one way, and then that goes to the user. The special configuration files. These files contain important settings specific to your WordPress site. All WordPress sites usually have this: themes, plugins, uploads, index.php. WordPress stores all your image and media uploads in this folder. By default, uploads are organized in earmuffs folders. Whenever you're creating a WordPress backup, you should include uploads folder. So maybe I need to search what is WordPress, and maybe I'll watch a video about this. Where is the website stored? I think is a better question. Where are files and websites on the internet stored? Yeah. Already typed this, I think. Blah blah blah. So when you type in a URL of a website in the address bar of your browser, it makes a connection to the web server, which in turn fetches the data from the secondary storage device, such as the hard disk they must be using, and returns it to the respective browser. The same holds true for any other resource that you access on the internet. It's very easy to understand, I think. What is WordPress?
A cada 1,07 segundos, um novo usuário acessa o Wix.com e começa a criar o seu site profissional.
What's up, guys? So if you're watching this video, it's probably because you've heard of the name WordPress because you're looking to start your first website. If that's the case, then I highly recommend sticking around till the end of the video. But first, let's answer the question of what is WordPress. Simply put, WordPress is just a software that you use to build your very own website or blog and publish it on the internet. It is also called a content management system, or CMS, for you tech whizzes out there that like the lingo. It was created back in 2003, and since then it has become one of the most popular website publishing programs in the world. In fact, WordPress powers 30% of the internet. That's a lot of freaking websites. And guess what the best part is? It's free.
My mouse is double clicking automatically for some reason. Content, let's go to the purple. Content management. Forgot what I said.
Like the lingo. It was created back in 2003, and since then, let's answer the question of what is WordPress. Simply put, WordPress is just a software that you use to build your very own website or blog and publish it on the internet. It is also called a content management system, or CMS, for you tech whizzes out there that like the lingo. It was created back in 2003, and since then it has become one of the most popular website publishing programs in the world. In fact, WordPress powers 30% of the internet. That's a lot of freaking websites. And guess what the best part is? It's free. Why? Because WordPress is an open source software, meaning that there's thousands of software engineers out there that are working on it every day to make it better and better. So shout out to those silent guardians, watchful protectors, this is a Batman quote. The beauty of WordPress is that you're able to choose from 11,000 different themes, which are just template layouts that determine the look and style of your website. You're able to tweak all of the text, including fonts and font sizes. You can create buttons, you can upload your images and videos, and much more. You can also choose from over 55,000 plugins and widgets to help optimize the functionality of your website. So this is for people that want to maybe start a store or open up a gallery or whatever it is on their website. There's endless opportunity. Oh, and building your website with WordPress is all online. So you can build your website from anywhere that you are as long as you have an internet connection. So how does WordPress work? Well, back when the internet was still somewhat of a new thing, the only way to make a website was to use code in HTML or PHP format. And your web browser would just interpret this code into colors and text and spaces that would form your website. Well, WordPress works exactly like this, except no coding. Basically, it takes any change that you make on your website and updates the code for you and then updates your website. So never touching coding. Thank God, because that stuff is like Japanese to me. I'm American. Now, if you're looking to make your first website, you may or may not have noticed that there's a WordPress.com and a WordPress.org. So you might be wondering, well, which one should I choose? Well, WordPress.com is where you can go to make a free website with their web hosting. But there's a catch. Actually, there's several catches. First, your website could be deleted at any time if WordPress feels that you have violated their terms of service for any reason. This is because, number two, you can't use ads to make money with your website. Number three, you can't upload any plugins which help you optimize the functionality of your website. Number four, you can't upload a customized.
So yeah, WordPress is not a server. It's basically an app that makes it easier to write the website, to code the website. So I think the files stay on the computer you programmed that, but there might be platforms for uploading those files, because it doesn't make a lot of sense if you're gonna build a website and sell it later that it stays on your computer. Platforms. Why is this showing Portuguese? Here. No, there you go. And this is a list of the content management systems: Weebly, GoDaddy, Website Builder, Wix. But Wix, I know, is kind of, yeah, it's not the same thing, I think, that I'm looking for. Maybe it's just a host, website host, and maybe where you buy the domain is the same place that it stores the files. Content management systems, often abbreviated as CMS, is a software that helps users create, manage, and modify content on a website without the need for specialized technical knowledge. It's basically an app that allows you to build websites without coding. Which is not what I want to do. I'm gonna search for a website host instead. And then I'm gonna search how our backend and frontend connected or integrated, because I think it's easy to understand how the website is, how is the structure organized, but it's a type of internet hosting service that allows individuals and organizations to make their website accessible via the World Wide Web. Web hosts are companies that provide space on a server owned or leased for use by clients, as well as providing internet connectivity, typically in a data center. Lucky mouse. After creating a website, where are the files stored? Maybe there's something about this on the free code bootcamp. Fuck. Here, I think it's gonna answer. Let me look at the other links first. And it's just a website hosting. And this is the same link. This is a website host. I think I'm gonna close this tab. So CMS is just another word for the WordPress and all those websites that create websites for you. This allows multiple contributors to create, add, and manage a range of web contents. So it's similar to GitHub. CDA, content delivery application. This is the backend that takes the content from the CMA, stores it in a designated database, and makes it visible on your page. Oh, so it's both, I think. It helps you create the website and it stores the files. And that's where the backend goes. So the backend, the languages for the backend are for the design of the servers where the files are stored at. Now I think that's why they're just different languages, because it's not the same thing. But what is the connection? I'm gonna look for that after I read this, because now I think it's clear in my mind how it works. Content creation, content storage, workflow management, publishing. So, content management system. CMS platform should have enough tools to allow you to export your data and move it somewhere else quickly. Plugins, price. So WordPress, I've heard a lot about WordPress. It's probably the most popular one. Also, I've heard a lot about Wix, Squarespace too. Choose a place to store your website projects. Inside your chosen place, create a new folder called Web Projects. This is where all your website, blah blah blah. Inside the first folder, create another folder to store your first website in. Call it test site or something more good. Case namespace. Many computers, particularly web servers, are case sensitive. So for example, if you put an image on your website at testmyimage.jpg, and then in a different file try to invoke the image. Yeah, that's basically saying that you need to be aware of the cases and the way to write your code, because it can change everything. If you type one letter wrong, then the program is not gonna understand what you're trying to do, or it's gonna have a different function than you intended to have. If you use spaces in your file name, blah blah blah. Now he's gonna talk about the structure. Index.html, images folder. So I think I'm gonna open the folder. So it's opened. Then I'm gonna do the git init stuff, git add remote, and I'm gonna link it to this repository here that I created on the previous string. So maybe I'll just clone them. Remote did not match any files. So this is just a commit that I did. I think I'm just gonna clone this repository instead. The difference between remote and, from what I understand from the previous streams, is that remote's gonna link without having the files on your computer, and cloning is gonna take this the files from here, the project from here, from the website, and store it on your computer. So I didn't want to do that. That's for the sake of the, just gonna do that. It's easier to clone. And now I think I have to delete this. And okay. So we need an index.html file, an image with my folder for the image, a style folder. Yeah, the CSS is for styling the page. So HTML is for structuring the page, like the blocks on the page, and the overall structure. And CSS is for styling the structure. I've started building one website, but I didn't do it. And from what I remember, you build two files inside the VS Code. One is the HTML, and the other one is the CSS. And then the images I just picked from the internet. And then scripts folder. I don't remember doing scripts. This folder will contain all the JavaScript code. Oh, it's because it's JavaScript. I never did JavaScript. I only did the CSS and HTML and Python. This folder will contain all the JavaScript code used to add interactive functionality to your site. Buttons that load data when clicked. Create a folder called scripts. So it's our test site folder. So I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna create the folders inside of this file. So images, styles. Maybe I should have done from here. Oh no, it goes automatically. Image, styles, scripts. And then I suppose the index.html is gonna be outside of the folders. A text and image, people will see. Create a new file. Save it just inside your test site folder. So I'm gonna create a new file here. Index.html. Let's close this. Yeah, I think I remember doing this. So these are the basic commands from the HTML. The first, you need to specify the document type on each folder you're gonna program. Then you put the HTML on top, then the head, which is the main portion of the site. Then this meta chart set, I think, is for the configuration of the way your text is gonna be on the site. Title is obviously title. It's very intuitive, the writing. And then this stands for source. And here you're gonna put the link on the website. And here you're gonna put the how the program is gonna remember the site, that link, how it's gonna associate that link with some name that you put it. So you can put it for example, front page image, so you know, or other people that are gonna work on your site know if they want to modify something in the image, what's the class that is at. Reference of file and subdirectory, write the directory name in front of the path. Yeah, just like I did it. Alright, so let's close this. Website host is the same thing as content management system. Oh no, this is the server, I think. For the website or web page to review and link. Websites are hosted or stored on special computers called servers. When internet users want to view your website, all they need to do is type your website address or domain to their browser. Their computer will then connect to your server, and your web pages will be delivered to them to the browser. So CMS, Content Management System, is just a different type of web hosting that also allows you to have an easier time building websites, I think. And then you have to buy the domain name from another source. And then you provide the domain name to the web hoster. Once you upload files from your local computer to your web server. Oh, so this is the place, FTP. So FTP is just a protocol. And let me search what is the connection between Power Backend and Frontend connected. And I guess I understand how they are connected now. It's the server and the website, but I want to understand how is the language. How do you program the connection? That makes sense. If you build your website using your own HTML files, you can transfer the files from your computer to the website. to the web server through FTP, allowing your website to be accessed through the internet. WordPress, yeah. Most hosting providers will tell you right away if their plans are WordPress compatible or not. Simple requirements for hosting your WordPress websites include PHP version 7 or greater, MySQL version 5.6 or greater. In order to publish your website online, your business website requires a web hosting service. However, a web host gives business owners more than just web hosting service. For example, web hosting firms typically employ in-house technicians to make sure their clients' websites are up and running 24/7. Plus, when website owners are in need of help or troubleshooting, script debugging, email not able to send receive, domain name renewal, and more, the web hosts in-house support are the go-to people. Professional web hosting service ensures a hassle-free experience for business owners so they can efficiently focus their time and effort on their business. So I think it's pretty clear for me right now how it works. I'll be right back. Okay, back. Let me change the screen. It's even clearer here that the only contact is with HTTP. The frontend will user interface based on JavaScript sends HTTP requests to the main server for information to be explored, developed, modified, or deleted. The backend returns HTTP responses that contain important user interface web application information to adjust its status, view, user data, etc. What is the difference between the two? Front-end developer and the key development. Okay. While the front-end is very focused on the design to make the site as attractive as possible, the backend takes care of all the complex and complicated things that make the site actually run, such as operations and databases, user authentication, login, etc. This is the main reason why the front end is often referred to as the client side, whereas for a web application, the backend is commonly called the server side. So HTTPS is the connection between the two. And I guess it's a different type of language. Hypertext Transfer Protocol secures an extension of the Hypertext Transfer Protocol. It is used for secure communication over a computer network and is widely used on the internet. And how does it work? Application backend creation core elements include languages such as Java, Ruby, Python, PHP, .NET, etc. JavaScript are the common front-end language. Presentation front-end applies to the client side. The backend is the server. Yeah, now I think I get it quite well.
All of the information of the internet is basically transferred from one location to another location in a language called HTTP, which stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol. Now, HTTP by itself is unprotected and susceptible to internet tricksters and thieves. So a technology called SSL, or Secure Sockets Layer, was developed to protect the information traveling on the internet. When HTTP is being protected by SSL, it inherits the letter S, which means it's secure. SSL keeps your information secure in two separate ways. The first is by encrypting your data. Let's say that you're in a coffee shop using Wi-Fi, and you're hit with an urge to buy something online. Without SSL and HTTPS, when you enter your credit card information, this information can be stolen because you're on a public Wi-Fi connection and anybody using that Wi-Fi could be listening to your transaction. Without encryption, the information is transmitted as text that anyone can read. The way that SSL and HTTPS encryption works is by scrambling this information so that the only people who can read it are those with the correct decryption key, and not those devious cyber ninjas. The second way that SSL and HTTPS keep you safe is by identification. You are probably aware that there are sites that fish for your information. That's when you get sent an email that asks you to click here to go to your bank account. And when you click the link, it takes you to a site that looks exactly like your bank. But it's not your bank. It's a fake. As a viewer, it is very important to know if a website actually is what it says it is, and SSL gives us this tool. Let's say you accidentally followed one of these phishing links and it takes you to emmasong.com. You decide that you're finally going to buy that map of Westeros pillow that you've been eyeing for a couple of days now, and you navigate to a page where you enter your personal info. At this point, your browser will want to protect you, so it's going to try to encrypt this information. It will ask msan.com for something called a certificate. A certificate is simply a way of validating that a site really is what it says it is. A legitimate company website would send their company info to a registered certification authority, where the info will be verified and a certificate that's signed by the certificate authorities will be created and stored. So your browser will check the certificate given by Amazon with all the certificates at all the different certificate authorities to see if one matches. If the certificate doesn't match any signed certificates, or if the certificate is expired, or if the certificate has been issued by an unknown authority, an alert will pop up in your browser informing you what is wrong with the site certificate and cautioning you against submitting your information. That's how HTTPS and SSL work together to keep you safe. Encryption and identification are two very important security features for any website.
Basically, like
Make sure to check out our article on how you can improve your website's SEO by using
similar as
SSL.
Bitcoin is designed in a way. I don't understand Bitcoin very well, but from what I understand, the encryption behind it, it's kind of the same similar logic. So I get that it is a protocol, but I want to understand if it's saved somewhere like a server, is an extra server, or if it's just a bridge between the server and it's located at the server, but it works as a bridge between backend and frontend. Maybe that's a better question is HTTPS and backend server separated? Does the server contain HTTPS or HTTPS is located outside? Is HTTPS inside or outside is inside or outside the backend server? I imagine these content management systems have all of this stuff integrated already, so people don't have to think about these things. But I think it's important to try to understand and clarify before I build anything, because it's gonna make it a lot easier to visualize what I'm actually building and where each thing goes. So I think it's another server actually. It doesn't stay inside the backend. It's another server that connects to the backend. The backend is the code that runs on the server that receives requests from clients and contains the logic to send the appropriate data back to the client. The backend also includes the database, which will persistently store all of the data of the application. This article focuses on the hardware and software on the server side. Maybe this responds to my question. Proxy server acts as a middleman between your browser and the website you're visiting. It can get complex under the hood, but you don't need to know too much about it, about how it works to carry out day-to-day tasks. You should know that, much like with any other website, the data a proxy server passes along can also be encrypted by HTTPS. Wow, it's really expensive. So I think as this is saying, you set up the HTTPS on the backend server that you choose. Finally, you need a suitable proxy script. They're usually encoded with PHP. And a quick Google search will uncover a wealth of choices, however, beware. Free scripts are sometimes released by developers. It's kind of like trying to hack you. I forgot the name of that fires that something like log they put on your computer to steal information. So that's how it works. You build the website, then you search for a backend, or you design it yourself, but I think it's a waste of time. Later on, I'm gonna study, when I'm studying backend, I'm gonna see how it works. But then you connect to the backend, and then you create or download the script, and that script is the connection between, is gonna allow you to use HTTP or HTTPS and make the connection between the backend and the user. And then you don't store the files on your computer. They are stored on the backend that you decided, on the server you decided to use. Scripts can be written in two forms, at the server end, backend, or at the client end. server end. The main difference between server-side scripting and client-side scripting is that the server-side scripting involves server for its processing. On the other hand, client-side scripting requires browsers to run the scripts on the client machine but does not interact with the server while processing the client-side scripts. On the other hand, client-side scripting requires browsers to run the scripts on the client machine but does not interact with the server while processing the client-side scripts. I'm not sure if I really understand this. The main difference between server-side scripting and client-side scripting is that the server-side scripting involves server for its processing. On the other hand, client-side scripting requires browsers to run the scripts. So on the client side, the browser, which is either Mozilla or Chrome, is going to read the script from the computer of the client, and that's going to be enough. And on the other side, you need the server to read the scripts. Server-side scripting, backend scripting, is a technique of programming for producing the code which can run software on the server side. Simple words, any scripting or programming that can run on the web server is known as server-side scripting. The operation like customization of website, dynamic change in the website content, response generation to the user's query, accessing the database, and so on are performed at the server end. So the server takes care of the dynamics of the site, and at the backend scripting takes care of that, and the client side is just for display, I think. Accessing the database and so on are performed at the server side. Server-side scripting constructs communication link between a server and a client. Server, database, APIs. I've heard this word before, but I'm not sure what that means. Maybe I'm gonna write it here. Yeah. Already wrote. The web server processes the script prior to serving the page to the browser. Here, the processing of a script could include extracting information from a database, making simple calculations, blah blah. Some server-side scripting languages: PHP, Python, Ruby. So PHP is the language of those content management systems. So let me think, make it clear in my mind, more clear in my mind. So the web browser connects with the client's computer and then displays the information. And the backend server, yeah, I think you got it now. It's pretty clear in my mind. Let me see if I yeah, I didn't write this question. Maybe I can put it red on this because I already understand it. And this is kind of similar but not the same, so I'll probably look it up later when I'm trying to build other stuff. And now let me start actually trying to code this. Index.html. So I think I will start by following the tutorial from this. How to build a delightful loading screen in 5 minutes. And then not very useful if you're gonna tell me exactly what to do. I think I need to specify doc type, which type of document it is. Maybe it's wrong because let me search this. How to specify document type. Oh, it's on. I don't know the name of this. But bigger than sign. What's the name of this sign? It's the same thing with this sign. You know. So VS Code changes colors when you type some sort of special command. And that's how you know most of the time if you're writing something that makes sense or not. Now let's do HTML, then head. I think I'm gonna try to build it without looking at the tutorial. And then I see if I did it right or not. So head is for the head and body is for the other elements. I think I'll need this image. Maybe I'll take a screenshot of this. I'll save it on the images pages, in image page. Loading screen image. And now I think I need to build another file, which is the SSS. I think it's gonna go here on the styles thing. CSS. This is another thing. This import command is usually used to import stuffs or other code that is already built from other places into your code, but I don't understand exactly how it works. I don't think this. I think this is more for software rather than website. Here is just teaching the commands that go inside the CSS. CSS document type. Maybe I just need to write the name of the page, delightful loading screen .css. Specify that is style format, and maybe it doesn't have the same thing, doc type from HTML file. What is the doc type for CSS? Yeah, I don't think I need to put this on the CSS file. Yeah. So it's not needed. So it's just for HTML. Because they are actually loaded and read into the page by putting a link rel style sheet. The head of your document, the browser knows your HTML. Then when it finds one of these links, it requests the contents of that file, and they request the contents of that file, and they are basically added to your page in the order they are requested. This is partly why it matters what order your CSS links are inserted. Insert it. So maybe I need to put this command in the beginning. Link rel. Cool. Something is wrong. I think I'm gonna search for the command instead. To link CSS to an HTML file, we use the link tag that you put in the HTML section. The link will look like this. But is the style sheet the name of the file or the name? Or just a standard name? So defining the type not necessary with HTML5 for some reason. href specifies the location of the CSS file we want to link to the HTML. Oh, so that's the name instead of style sheets, the name that I put it. So I think I'm gonna rename this maybe. Because it says on that tutorial is the standard model, and I think I need to put it here. Yeah. So this command is gonna tell HTML that this CSS file is linked to the HTML. Specifies the type of media the CSS rules are optimized for. The screen value should imply it's used for computer screens. Blah blah. And I don't think I need to write anything specifically on the CSS file in the beginning. Although, yeah, here, remember there's the meta chart set, and there's 8 UTF, something like this. that you have to put. Let me search this to see if it's right. UTF is on caps. Oh, I put it on caps. But it's reversed the order. I think the place where you put it determines which place it's gonna define the type of character encoding. So if instead of putting here, put it inside here, it's gonna change just the character encoding on the head portion, but not on the entire website. And if I put it here on top, it's gonna change it on the entire website, as far as I'm understanding. Oh yeah, and you have to save, every time you save, you have to save it separately. To save, I'm pressing Ctrl S. So when you have more than one file, you have to save it. It doesn't save the whole thing automatically. So from what I remember, div, this command is used to create a new block on the site, and the other commands like head and body do the same thing, but they have a different specification. And this command p creates a paragraph, and title creates a title, and basically they are all the same in the functionality, the way that actually they're not the same on the functionality, but they do similar things basically. Oh, this is gonna show me the code. What is the markup? I think this is the commands I will need. I think I'm gonna close this show. Yeah, class is to specify which section you're calling, because you're gonna have a lot of sections on your website, and you're gonna style each one differently on the CSS, so you need to specify for each section you build a different class, so the CSS knows which section you're changing. Yeah, I think this is one line of code, one section. Oh, and this is what the code does. You can see that here is like written for the same stuff that is written here. And that's a section of the website, I'm guessing. I don't understand what is this span class command. It's probably the style of this. No, the style is probably on CSS. So. And this is, from what I know from the other course, this is the type of commands you use on CSS to style the content. It's pretty intuitive the way it's written. This display is a form of display. There's a lot of forms. And I think flex is one type of form that you can switch. I don't remember exactly how it works. Yeah, it's not very clear, this tutorial, being honest. This article is to explain why there were underlashes on the class name. So it's saying it's kind of standard to do this. Yeah, okay. So let me think about. So instead of creating a div, it creates a section. Maybe I'll research what's the difference and what is span class. So instead of doing in the head thing, it does the section. Section. And then he puts these commands here. Another thing that I think you can do is copy and paste. No, I think it's copy and paste the, or maybe do this. Yeah, I think that's how we do. Let me save the changes and see if anything shows up. Yeah, that's how you just drag the file, the index file, into the browser, and then you can see the changes you're making on the website. So span is used to style the text. So it's just a tag to style the text. What is the difference between section and div? So section is for semantics, div is for structure, overall structure. So you can have many sections on one div, that's the difference. Because div is like the building block, and the section is where the text is located on the building block. What about the span element? Another common non-semantic element is span. It's used inline to add hooks for styles and scripts around blocks of content, usually text. In that sense, it's exactly like the div, but it's not a block element. So span is in case you want to change the whole style of the text inside a block of space, but you don't want to necessarily create a different structure for the space. Not for entire blocks of HTML. So another thing I'm going to try to do here is put image source equals, and then I'm gonna oh, he searches automatically already the files I have, and this should give me the image, I think, on top of the things I wrote there. Let's see. Yeah. So if I want to align that image, it's probably, I I think I can put a class here. And then I would, first I need to save this. Then I would type here, dot is usually when you want to call a class that you wrote it in the HTML file. So you assign a class, then you put dot to tell the program that you're calling from that class. And let's put align center, align content, and then put center. And this should put the image on the center of the website. Maybe it's a different command. Or maybe it only works on a div. Or on a structure and not on the image. Align. The great thing is that it gives you a bunch of suggestions. Align center. Align items. No. So maybe if I put a class here, and let me put, oh, I'm writing this on HTML. I need to put head first, I think. Head class navbar, navigation bar. And put head 1. And then let me put the image inside this space. Actually, let me put this whole structure. I think it makes more sense. And then let me change this. Let me save this first. Change this to head 1. Something is wrong here. Maybe it's the name. It can't be like this. No. Yeah. So you can't have spaces on class name. That's probably why they're using an underline to specify the class. It's still not centering. Let's try align content again. No, let me search this. I'll choose center. An image in HTML. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. What's the purpose of this out command? I think I'm gonna change this. Let me see if he suggests anything to me. Oh yeah, that's another thing you need to do. Because each image has a standard block on the website. Oh, display. And what is the purpose of out in HTML? So I think when the element can't be shown, it's gonna be shown whatever is in the out. Is the alternative attribute. So I should put the loading screen image, which would be the description of the image. It's trying to, and here I'm gonna put loading again, because it's the class that I changed. So let's put display. Let's try this one. Nope. Display block. Also not working. Let me copy this, see if it works. It's weird. It should go through the middle. Oh, I think this is to center the image inside the block that is on. So maybe the only way is to put the head part of the thing on the middle. So let me put another class for head and try that. Let's use this navbar. Oh yeah, and for this SSS portion, you use these brackets here. You should specify what you want to do. And if I put display, what is this error that is giving? I'm gonna try align content. Oops. We're not sure why the class names have weird dashes going on. So here's not this style part. It's just saying how to build the HTML part. And then it's supposed to have already, I'm supposed to have already the style formats installed, not installed, written. Maybe I forgot to put body. Oh no, here's the line to style. Yeah, I think I did the same thing as that I did. Let me delete this. I think I'm gonna delete the head thing. Delete the image. I think I'm just gonna follow the tutorial, see if it's the same for me. edit this for the tutorial. So this is supposed to be on the CSS file, I think. And apparently you don't need to specify body for that to work. Maybe it's the display I was getting wrong. And here also, oh no, it was body, not this display, not loading. And he puts on here. I don't think it's gonna be the same on mine. Yeah. Which is weird. Why isn't it showing? Oh, I didn't put the class here. That's why, I think. It still doesn't make any difference. Here's the free code website page, and here's the exact text it is on the website. Maybe I forgot to put this /spam. Oh, it's written differently here. Your friends at Slack? Oh, it's the same. Same way. I'm gonna do it like this. And that's just the only difference. Oh, I forgot to erase that. Still not in the middle. Let me keep following the tutorial and see what happens. Start the loading text. And this is supposed to be on the SSS file. Oh, I forgot the dot. Maybe that's it. Dot body. No. I think there's something wrong with the connection with this file and this file. Stylesheets.css. Or maybe he's writing everything on the HTML file. It's not very clear, this. This tutorial. I did this one too. If you're wondering how to do this, just press Shift and Tab. After you selected the area. This part is to teach how to build this loader. You'll notice that half of its strokes blue and the other half is gray. That's sort out. Also, HTML elements are routed by default. Everything is a box element. The first real challenge will be how to give the loading element half borders. First, let's sort out the dimensions of the loader. So this class is supposed to be this style of the loader, I think. I'll close this. So he wants to separate the loader from the what? From the other elements. And from the text here. So it stays on the bottom. Because this is a span element, it's views as the same thing. Yeah, I don't think this is a good way to learn actually. You might try to do something else. So all of this is just to build this square box here. This is to create the colors of the loader, if I understand it. Yeah, so these commands specify the styling of the borders, the color. This one's, I think, is supposed to be the entire border. This one's for the left color and the top color. Yeah, like this is showing. Now it's gonna change the shape of the thing. I think the way you do this is border radius on the same space. 50%. That's what it's telling me to do, I think. How CSS animations works. One turn is equal to 360 degrees. That is a complete turn, rotates 360 degrees. Keyframes, rotate. So this is how you animate it, and this is the specification of the animation. It's probably nothing like this on mine. Oh, maybe this is the inside of the keyframes rotate. Rotate. I think it's different on mine. It's probably nothing. Yeah. Let me close this. I think I'm gonna try other one. And let me look how to link the CSS file to HTML. Yeah, maybe I'll follow this from the beginning. Send an email with 5 links about programming computer science. No. Yeah, so let's follow this actually from the beginning. Maybe that tutorial is like one tutorial that you needed previous ones to conclude. Oh, and here codes. Oh, cool. I'll do this later, I think.
What is going down, guys? In this very simple tutorial, I'm going to show you how to easily link a CSS style sheet to a HTML document. So guys, without further ado, let's get straight to it. So here's just an example of a very basic web page which I made earlier for this tutorial. As you can see, I've typed up the bare bones of a HTML document. I've set the title as my web page. There's a h1 tag for the title of the web page, which is my website. I've then included 4 links, the home page, about page, gallery, and contact pages. Then I've included a horizontal rule tag, a h2 tag saying welcome, like a subheading, and then 2 paragraphs, welcome to my first ever website and hope you like it. So it's just a very, very basic website template there. And as you can see then, when I open it in the browser, it's very, very basic. There is no styling at the moment. It's just very, very basic HTML, pure HTML. There's no CSS, there's no styling whatsoever. So now we're going to go to File and New, and we're going to save this now as, as you can see, I've already made a folder where I've stored index.html, folder that I named website. I'm going to create a new folder in here called CSS, and in here, this is where we're going to save the file, and we're going to name it style.css, and save. This is where our CSS styling is going to go. So we're going to style the body first, and we're going to add a background for the body of a really light grey, very close to white, and we're going to add a font family of Arial. So this will set the font family for the whole
Let me
web
change
page.
the name, see if that helps. I don't think it will, but it doesn't cost anything to try. Yeah.
The whole document to Arial. Then we're going to add some H1 styling, and we're going to change the font size to 18 pixels. Then we're going to add styling for the link tag, which is the A tag. We're going to add a colour of black, and we're going to add a text decoration of underline. And then for the link hover, A hover, we're going to add in a colour of black again, so that when one of the navigation links is hovered over by the user, it doesn't change colour, but we are going to add a text decoration of none, so that underline will disappear to show the user that they are hovering over that link. Link the CSS file, the style sheet, to the HTML document, the main web page. And to do this, we go in between the head tags, usually underneath the title tag, and we add a link tag. Link rel equals style sheet h. Ref equals CSS, because that's the folder that we have stored the CSS file in.
Oh,
if you
that's
remember.
what's
And then
missing.
style.css, that's the name of our CSS file. And then close it off with a / at the end of the link tag. And that's it, that's all you need to do. So file, save, and you'll now see that these two, when we refresh in the browser, these two files will now
Maybe
be linked.
now it works.
There we go. So now you can see that the CSS file has successfully linked to the HTML web page, and the styling has been implemented. And now it looks a lot more professional and a lot nicer. So that's just about it then for this tutorial. I hope it helped you out, and I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Don't forget to give this video a like if you enjoyed it. Don't forget to share it. Don't forget to leave a comment. Don't forget to subscribe to be
Let's try
notified when I
this
upload new
first.
tutorials in the
Yeah.
future.
Start
And, yeah, so
writing
thanks for
body
watching. Bye, guys.
right loading. It's weird, man. And commit these changes here. Probably not gonna change. I think I'm gonna follow from the beginning and see if there's something there that's gonna explain to me why it's not styling. Apparently I did everything the way it needs to be done. Maybe this is inside of the HTML. Let's try this, see if it works. No. Okay, let's read these instructions. Welcome to Free Code Camp HTML Coding Challenge. This will walk you through web development step by step. First, you start by building a simple web page using HTML. You can edit code in your code editor, which is embedded into this web page. Do you see the code in your... Most HTML elements have an opening tag and a closing tag. Yeah. So this is, I think, to test the application, the code that you write. Yeah, this easy one, I think. Oh no, run the tests is to see if you got it right or not. H2 element you'll be adding in this step will add a level 2 heading to the web page. This element tells the browser about the structure of your website. H1 elements are often used for main headings, while H2 elements are generally used for subheadings. There are also H3, H4, H5 elements to indicate levels of some. Add an H2 tag that says cat photo app to create a second HTML element below your hello world. So this is an easy one too. Cat photo app. Slash H2. P elements are the preferred for paragraphs. With the P element below your H2 element. No other easy one. I think it's just just walking through the structure of the HTML file. First. Yeah, this is a website that creates random text. Easy. Just telling me to replace the text here, I think. I don't understand why oh, it's because of the heading. So different headings have make different types of text. Also, this is to make the code invalid. It should not write it as a code. It's part of the code, just a description. And usually, when I was learning Python was like this symbol right here to specify that, or three commas like that. Not commas. This thing that I don't know the name. And apparently on HTML these commands are used to specify that. Just uncomment this. That's the challenge. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to remember this stuff though. That's the thing. You need to end the comment before your H2 element begins. So just put this here before your H2 element begins. Comment out your H1 element and your P element, but not your H2 element. Easy. Delete your H1 element. Create a second P element after the existing P element with the following key. The following text. Okay, so let's read this again. It's telling me about all the different types of codes. These tags give a descriptive structure, so this is more for SEO purposes. HTML5 tag helps search engines and other developers find the main content of your page. This is your main element with two child elements nested inside. Note, many of the new HTML5 tags and their benefits are covered in the applied accessibility section. So I'm not sure if it's telling me to do a main element here, but I think I'll just do normal P and see if it works. Another paragraph. Then create a main element. Oh, that's... I was thinking that like it's weird. Why would it tell me to just build another? But it's just to use the main and showcase what it's for. Oh, fuck. I pressed Ctrl S by mistake. So main is to put together different types of paragraphs and I think the other structures as well. The main HTML tags help search engines and other developers find the main content of your page. So it's for the SEO to find the content. Now it's gonna tell the image, teach it how to put an image. Oh, this is the out attribute I was talking about. I was searching before. All image elements must have an out attribute. The text inside an out attribute is used for screen readers to improve accessibility and is displayed if the image fails to load. So if the image doesn't have any particular purpose, it's better to leave empty. Within the existing main element, insert an image element before the existing P elements. So it's telling me to put this on here. Cool. Now set the source attribute so that it points to this URL. So it's telling me to change the link from which the image is gonna be sourced from. Finally, don't forget to give your image and image element and attribute with applicable text. Let's put a cat laying down. Can use anchor elements link to content outside of your web page. Elements need a destination web address called an href attribute. They also need anchor text. Here's an example. This is, if I remember, it's for putting links on the page. Then your browser will display the text, these links to code free. To freecodecamp.org as a link you can click. But don't you have to specify the... Oh yeah, so inside of the A you put the link, and then inside of this structure of the A you put the link. Let me search the name of this. Instead of not knowing what to say everything. Yeah, I guess it's greater than. I thought there was a specific name for that. So inside of the greater sign, greater than and less than, you put the link, and then between the A's you put the content from which the link is going to be displayed. It's like the hypertext type of thing. Create an A element that links to this website and has cat photos as its anchor text. I think I'm gonna put it here. A cat photos slash A. Is this correct? Oh, I forgot the href. And then the parentheses. Now it works. And I think if I want to put this below, I'm not gonna do it, but if I wanted to put this link below the image, I would just write another paragraph here. Probably. To create an internal link, you assign a link's href attribute to a hash symbol plus the value of the ID attribute for the element that you want to internally link to, usually further down the page. And then you should add the same ID attribute to the element you're linking to. And an ID is an attribute that uniquely describes an element. So it's kind of like a class, I think. Below is an example of an internal anchor link and its target element. When users click the context link, they will be taken to the section of the web page with the context header element. Change your external link to an internal link by changing the href attribute to footer. And here's the footer. So I think it's, yeah, as it's saying there is, need to put the hashtag before the link, and then he automatically sends, this link is gonna send you the footer of the page. But I'm not specifying the footer. Oh, maybe I need to delete this and then write footer. Yeah, I think that's the way you do it. Then instead of sending to another site, it's gonna send it to the footer of the same page. Remove the target blank. I think this target thing is to specify if you're gonna remain, the link is gonna send it to the same web browser or it's gonna be open a different tab. If I remember, sort of remember watching a video about this, but not really sure. Then add an ID attribute with a value of footer to the footer element at the bottom of the page. Jump to bottom. But why do I need to put an ID if it's already telling me to put the attribute as footer? Maybe the ID is gonna be just footer. It has to be, right? So this is linked to this. But let's try. There should be only one anchor tag on your page. There should only be one footer tag on your page. The A tag should have an href attribute to such footer. The A tag should not have a target attribute. The A tag should not have a target attribute. Jump to bottom. The footer tag should have an ID attribute such footer. I think that's right. Nice. Yeah, so far I'm enjoying this more than trying to, because it goes from my level of expertise to increasingly difficulty. And nest links between your thing other elements. So it's putting the link inside of the text here. P element, blah blah blah. target is an anchor tag attribute that specifies where to open the link, and the value blank specifies to open the link in a new tab. Yeah, that's where this target is used for. Because if you don't have the target, it's gonna open the link on the same page. And when you do, then it opens a new tab automatically. Specifies to open the link in a new tab. Nest the existing A element within a new P element. A new paragraph should have text that says view more cat photos, where cat photos is a link and the rest is plain text. Nest the existing A element. So here should have P. Then here I'm gonna put this on the same line, if I can, no. So P, view more, and that's it, I think. Maybe put a space here. Yeah, view more cat photos. Oh, I forgot to put the P to close the paragraph. Sometimes you want to add A elements to your website before you know where they will link. This is also handy when you're changing the behavior of a link using JavaScript, which we'll learn about later. Sometimes you want to add A elements to your website before you know where they will link. I wonder why you would do that. The current value of the href attribute is a link that points to freecatphotoapp.com. Replace the href attribute value with a hashtag, also known as a hash symbol, to create a dead link, for example. So this is for just when you wanna specify that you want to put a link there, but you don't know where the link is gonna lead to. You can make elements into links by nesting them within an A element. Nest your image within an A element. Here's an example. You make elements into links by nesting them within an A element. You make elements into links. Nest your image within an A. Oh, so this is so I can use the image as a link. So a href equals hashtag, and then I'm guessing, yeah, slash h. So now it becomes clickable. So I guess this is only the only purpose of this, probably. Remember to use hashtag as array elements href property in order to turn it into a dead link. Choose array elements. Place the existing image element within an A anchor element. Once you've done this, hover over the image with the cursor. Your cursor's normal point should become the photo's non-link. Bullet point styles. Yeah, this is for lists. I remember doing this too. So li creates a bullet point, and ul just creates a normal list. Remove the thing. So to remove this and create ul, didn't say which type of list has to be. Milk hash. What else gets load? Play. Jump. And now we close this. I wonder when it's gonna start to get really hard. HTML is another special element for creating ordered lists or number lists. Oh well. For example, we'd create a number of Garfield and Sylvester. Create an ordered list of the top thing. Top 3 things cats hate the most. Pretty easy too. You know, it's already written. Oh, I think I changed. Can I do a Ctrl Z? I'm supposed to do this after this paragraph, I think. Water. Not that creative. Things got great. Stale food and lousy noise. Let's do it. Input elements are a convenient way to get input from your user. You can create a text input link like this. Input like this. Input type text. This is, I think, is for signing pages. This type login pages. Note that input elements are self-closing. With an input element of the type text below your list. Input type and I'm guessing this, when you change this, it's gonna change the what can be written inside the input, I think. Placeholder text is what is displayed in your input element before your user has inputted anything. You can create placeholder text like so. Input text. This is a placeholder text. What is placeholder? Set the placeholder value of text input to cat folder URL. I understand what it's trying to make me do, but I don't understand exactly what this means. Oh, now I got it. They actually submit data to a server using nothing more than pure HTML, produced by specifying an action on your form element. Build web forms that actually submit data to a server using nothing more than pure. Also, in this case, you wouldn't need the scripting thing from PHP. As the existing input element inside a form element and assign to the action attributes of the form element. Nest the existing input element, so probably like this, form action equals, and separate these two so I can see more clearly. So this is supposed to be right after here, then close, then here's slash form. So this isn't supposed to change anything on the site, it's just a formatting thing. Run the test. Yeah. Let's add a submit button to a form. Let's add a submit button to your form. So it should be here, I think. Inside of this. Here's the type of the button. Submit as its text. So this is for when you don't want to allow anything to be submitted, I think. Yeah. Input type equal text required. So it's inside of the input. But then how's this placeholder gonna be? I guess doesn't matter. Because here is supposed to close the brackets, right? And here it looks like it's required to have a placeholder. And try to submit the form without inputting any text. See how your HTML's form notifies you that the field is required. Or submit the form without inputting any text. It's difficult to know when some text is actually a command from the thing or is just random text. Use radio buttons for questions. Each of the radio buttons can be nested within its own label element. When wrapping an input element inside of a label element, it will automatically associate the radio button input with the label element surrounding it. By wrapping an input element inside of a label element. So I'm not sure if I understand this. Label is just to label, kind of like an ID thing. It's considered best practice to set a for attribute on the label element with a value that matches the value of the ID attribute of the input element. This allows assistive technologies to create a linked relationship between the label and the shell and the input element. Yeah, makes sense. I'm not sure if I'm gonna remember all this stuff. Label for indoor, input ID, indoor type radio, name indoor outdoor. Instead of text, it's putting radio as a type. Add a pair of radio radio buttons to your form, each nested in its own label element. One should have the option of indoor, and the other should have the option of outdoor. Both should share the name attribute of indoor outdoor to create a radio group. This one I don't know if I understand. Maybe I should just copy this first. Each nested in its own label element. One should have the option of indoor, so one indoor and the other outdoor. Both should share the name attributes of indoor outdoor to create a radio group. And I think here is outdoor. Why is the same here? because I didn't change here. Outdoor. Yeah. So I think that's it. I'm already forgetting some of the stuff. Placeholder, should put it here. So I guess there is a bunch of types of different inputs that you can use. And each one has its own characteristics. Oh, it's supposed to be here. Oh. That's weird. I guess just the size of the line here, I think. Let's try this. Nice. Each of your checkboxes inputs, now different type of input, but I think it's the same thing. Explicitly find the relationship between a checkbox input and its corresponding label. This is an example of checkbox. Add to your form a set of 3 checkboxes. Each checkbox should be nested within its own label. All 3 should share the name attribute of personality. I guess it's inside the form. I should do this. Label for equal personality. Let's put introvert. Now it's the input, right? Yeah. And then the ID, that should be the same. And the type is inside of the inside where I put the ID, sure. The attributes should be personality for all of them. This is really confusing here. I think it changed completely from what I wrote on the previous one. So it's all inside the same bracket, I think. And then slash label. here I think it's probably a description. Did he close the input? Oh, I don't need to. Yeah. Let's put introvert here. Maybe it shouldn't be inside the form, but I'm gonna do like this, and then if it doesn't work, no, it's not on the same line. So here I'm gonna put an extrovert. You're gonna put outgoing. Nice. When a form gets submitted, the data is sent to the server and includes entries for the options selected. Inputs of type radio and checkbox report the values from the value attribute. So each one should have a value attribute. So after you send the form, it returns the value you assigned. Now, is this any word or is supposed to be a command? I think it's just a text, just what you want to be displayed after you check the thing. Here you have two radio inputs. The user submits the form with the indoor option selected. The form data will include the line indoor outdoor equal indoor. This is from the name and value attributes of the indoor output. If you omit the value attribute, the submitted form data uses the default value, which is on. In this scenario, if the user clicked the indoor option and submitted the form, the resulting form data would be indoor / outdoor on, which is not useful. So the value attribute needs to be set to something to identify the option. Give each of the radio and checkbox inputs the value attribute. Use the input label text in lowercase as the value for the attribute. Also, this is the value. Here. Indoor. It's supposed to be the text that it's describing, because that's what you want to return, I think. As a value if someone chooses that. It's very confusing because there's a bunch of text here. This value, crazy. Type checkbox. Here. Value equal energetic. Energetic. Yeah. No, there's one more. Maybe this doesn't require a value, I think. Because this is just is a different type, I think. Yeah, it's input text, not input checkbox. Oh, I misplaced. I think I misplaced. No. Let me try again. Maybe it's the case. I'm putting uppercase and lowercase. Yeah, that's the thing. But I don't understand why the is lowercase if the text is uppercase on the first one, the first letter. You can set a checkbox on a radio button to be checked by default using the checked attribute. To do this, just add the word checked to the inside of an input element, for example, name, input. Set the first of your radio buttons and the first of your boxes to both be checked by default. So this is the first one. First radio one, and then the first checkbox one is this one. Now I'm gonna talk about the div element. Any other self-closing element, you can open a div element with a div and close it on another line with /div. Next are things cats love and things cats hate. This all within a single div. Without the link, I suppose. The image. Yeah. Pretty easy. this one. In challenge so far, I have covered specific HTML elements and their uses. However, there are a few elements that give overall structure to a page and should be included in every HTML document. At the top of your document, you need to tell the browser which version of HTML your page is using. This is the doc type thing. You tell the browser this information by adding the doc type. Oh, sorry, I forgot the 3 dots. So. Oh no. Actually, it's just to specify which type it is. Next, the rest of your HTML code needs to be wrapped in HTML tags. The opening was directly below the line of the theme page is an example. Add the doc type under it, add opening and closing HTML tags which wrap around an H1. Pretty easy stuff. Head and body. So metadata elements such as link, meta, title, and style typically go inside the head elements. Here's an example of a page's layout. First the head, then the body. Metadata elements. So this is supposed to contain all the style of the whole page, I think. Edit the markup so there's a head and a body. The head element should only include the title. And the body element should only include the H1 and P. Looks easy. Okay. Now it's CSS part. Let me skip this text here. I'll be right back. Just Okay, let's continue. With the tutorial. A property that is responsible for the color of an element text is a color style property. Here's how to set up TrueBlue, I think. So H2 here. And so it's teaching me how to style inside of the HTML folder. Not folder. File. Oh. That's one way to specify the style of an element, but there's a better way to apply CSS. At the top of your code, create a style block like this. Maybe this is an old way to do it. Inside that style block, you can create a CSS selector for all H2 elements. All H2 elements should be red. Yeah, that was what I was doing when I created the other CSS file. Note that it is important to try both opening and closing curly braces. Delete your H2 elements style attribute and instead of create a CSS style block. Add the necessary CSS to turn all H2. So you want me to turn all of them into blue. So delete this. Then H2. Dot H2. No. Need this space here. No. Now it's right. Inside your style element, change the H2 selector to .red/text. You can apply a class to an HTML element like this. The text, notate yourself. Yeah, it's talking about the class. Now I understand what it's telling me to do. You want wants me to create this class. Assign it to red, and then put the class here. Now I just apply this class to the P element. On main, I think. Inside the style tag that contains the red tags, create an entry for P elements and set the font size to 16. Different, I think. It's not inside the red text, it's inside the style, but a different block, I think. Font size 16 pixels. And this is just to determine the font size, as the name says, of the paragraph here. Make all of your P elements use the monospace font. Basically go here, font family, monospace, and this is a big one. Google Fonts a free library. Let's go ahead, blah blah blah. To import Google Fonts, you can copy the fonts URL from Google Fonts library and then paste it in your. You import the Lobster font. So I think this one is to teach how to use Google Fonts. Copy the following code snippet and paste it into the top of your code editor before the opening style element. So this is linking the fonts of Google to the document of the HTML. Now you can use the Lobster font in your CSS by using Lobster as the family name, as in the following example. Family names are case sensitive and need to be wrapped in quotes if there is a space in the name. For example, you need quotes to use the Open Sans font, but not to use the Lobster font. So only if there is a space you need the quotes. So I think we need to paste here this before everything, and this is going to import the font from Google. Was this how I was doing here? To link the CSS file to the style sheet. Maybe the order that I put here is wrong. I'm not sure if it makes a difference, but let me take this off too. No. Okay, let's continue with the thing. So wants me to now I can use the family name to put the lobster style on the text, lobster font on the text, and generic names in case the lobster is not available. So I think what he wants me to do is this. Go here and then font. Font, family, and maybe this is lobster instead of family name, and then generic name. This is covered in the next challenge, so maybe I shouldn't put here this. Oh, maybe this is another name of another font instead of generic name. Part lobster font, then use an element selector to set lobster as the font family. I think that's correct, yeah. Yeah, and now it's gonna tell me to put another font here. Monospace font to the trade show. Maybe it's lobster first and then monospace. Now comment out that import of the lobster font using the HTML comments you've learned before from Google Fonts so that it isn't available anymore. Notice how HTML degrades to the month. So I'm not sure if I remember this. I think it was like this. Maybe there was something like this. Don't remember how to comment this. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to search it up. was something like this with the less greater than and less than. No, here. That's what I'm forgetting. I remember there was some type of symbol, but I didn't remember which type of symbol. And this is two slashes too. So I guess it should. This portion is just to teach the how to change the size of the image. Use it to resize the image so that it's only 100 pixels wide. Width 100 pixels. Oh. I think it comes from. It comes after the out. I forgot to put the class on the image. Yeah. So what's going on here? Image source, alt class. But isn't it supposed to be 100 pixels? Maybe I have to change where I put it, this. I'm typing this wrong. I don't understand what's wrong with this. Maybe it's the dot. Oh, didn't put the dot here. So when it's a class, you have to put the dot, but when it's not a class, then you can just write the name of the thing. Now I'm gonna learn how to put the border on the thing. Create a class called thick green border This class should add a 10 pixel solid green border around an HTML element. Thick green border. Ten pixel style solid, color green. Then apply to the cat photo. But then it's gonna have two classes. Remember that you can apply multiple classes to an element using its class attribute by separating each class name with a space, for example. Also, it's inside this class that it should. So every class has to. You can't have a space on a class. You need a slash when you want to put a space on. Now I was gonna talk about the rounding. For multiple possible solutions, for example, may add border radius to either. Oh shit. So it's telling me that I can either round this or round the smaller image. I think it makes more sense to round the outside of the thing. If you wanted an element's background color to be green, you'd put this within your style. So create another class. Yeah, at this point I think it's pretty redundant. Background color silver. Then assign it to the div element. There are several benefits choosing ID attributes. You can use ID to style a single element, and then later you learn that you can use them to select and modify specific elements with JavaScript. Browsers won't enforce this, but it is widely agreed upon best practice, so please don't give more So ID is just for one element, class is for a bunch of elements. Here's an example of how give. So we want me to put ID on this form. Pretty simple. Try giving your form which now has the ID attribute of cut form a green background. Just create another class and put it as a green background, I think. But then inside your style element, you always reference classes by putting a dot in front of their names. You always reference IDs by putting a hashtag in front of their names. Cat photo form background color. An element's padding controls the amount of space between the element's content and its border. Blue box and red box are nested within the yellow box. Note that the red box has more padding than the blue box. When you increase the blue box padding, it will increase the distance padding between the text and the border around it. Change the padding of your blue box to match that of your red box. Pretty easy. So far, pretty easy stuff, I think. Now it's gonna talk about the margin. Same thing with the margin. The margin is the outside, right? So the higher the margin, the smaller the object becomes. Try to set the margin to a negative value like this, the one for the red box. Change the margin of the blue box to -50. Same thing as the previous, basically. Control the pattern of. Some of the stuff I already saw before, so it's pretty easy to understand also. It's telling me that I can change the padding independently on all directions. Give the blue box a padding of 40 pixels. On the left. Oh. But only 20 on its bottom and right side. Oh, it's top and left side. Now it's talking about margin, which is basically the same thing. Same structure, actually. Margin top 40. Top and left side is 40. The bottom and right side is 20. Oh, this was what I was wondering. There's an easier way to write this. So don't need to write it as sequence, but you can write it on the same line. These four values work like a clock: top, right, bottom, left. The first one's top, right, bottom, left. This exact same results as using the site-specific padding instructions. Use clockwise notation to give the blue box class a padding of 40 pixels top and left side, but only 20 on bottom right side. So should be 40 up, then 20 right, 20 bottom, and 40 left, I think. Same thing for margin. $40, $20, $24. For this challenge, you use the ATTR value attribute selector to style the checkboxes in cat photo. This selector matches and styles elements with a specific attribute value. For example, the below code changes the margins of all elements with the attribute type and the corresponding value of radial. So this is basically the same thing, but to change types inside of it. Same thing but different structure. Using the type attribute selector, try to give the checkboxes in cat photo app a top margin of 10 pixels and a bottom margin of 15 pixels. So it's asking me to change the margin of the checkboxes. I don't think there's anything written yet. So type equals checkbox. Now we put the brackets. Now we put the margin. Using the type attribute in cat photos app. That should give the checkboxes in cat photo app. So it should be all of them, right? How do I specify one of the checkboxes? Maybe when I have a different name, I can put the name instead of the type and checkbox. And I wonder if I can put it. Yeah, he puts with the 0 pixels on the example. Top margin of 10 and a bottom margin of 15. Nice. Relative units such as m or m are relative to another length value, for example m. em is based on the size of an element's font. If you use it to set the font size property itself, it's relative to the parent's font size. So this is in case I wanna make it not perpendicular, proportional to the font size. There are several relative unit options that are tied to the size of the viewports. They are covered in the responsive web design principles section. So responsive design, from what I remember, is when you increase or decrease the size of the page, everything changes accordingly to that. So this is probably more suited for this type of application, like when you want the size to be always proportional to the font size, and don't change when you change the size of the page you're looking. Add the padding property to the element of class redbox and set it to 1.5 em. Redbox padding 1.5 em. We prove that the body element exists here by giving it a background color of black. Oh, so every HTML has a body element. That's why I don't need to specify on the first example I was trying to do of the delightful landing page. So body, background color, black. I assume it's outside of the style formatting. It wants me to create a H1. H1 line. Then let's give all the elements on your page the color of green. Letting color green to your body element styles declaration. So I should change this, I think. Color green. And then font family monospace. Your body's elements style declaration. Your body element should, well, it is monospace. What's wrong? Let's create H1 element with the text hello world. Then let's give all elements on your page the color of green by adding color green. Okay, done this. Finally, give your body element the font family of monospace by adding font family monospace, which I've done too. That's weird, man. Oh, that's why. No. Maybe the H1s should be inside of style. Oh, I typed it wrong here. That's why. Let's see what happens when we create a class that makes text pink and apply it to an element. We will class override by this element color green CSS property. So which one is the most important? Which one comes first? It's telling me to create a class that gives the color pink. Think like this. And then put the class here. No, it overrides the body. The class comes first, and then the body color. Create additional class, blue text. Blue text. Make sure it's below your pink class declaration. By the blue text color class. So space blue text. However, the order of the class declaration in the style section is what is important. I assume it's gonna take the pink first, right? Second declaration will always take precedence of the first. Oh, so it takes the second one. Yeah, because it reads from the top to the bottom. To override the attributes. So it's telling me to give an ID, create a different ID for orange text, but I don't know if I should keep this class here. I think I'm supposed to leave the classes true. Let's try. Oh, I forgot to specify. Specify the color inside of the... yeah. Use an inline style to try to make our H1 element white. Remember, inline styles look like this. I'm glad it's set because it never... Use an inline style, so before the ID, I think. Color green. Like this. So I think I should delete this and leave the classes on. It says it's supposed to be white. Leave blue text and pink text class on your H1 element. Use an inline style to start to make. Yeah, so I think I did. the right way. Layers of where they are, declaring your style, element CSS. There are other ways that you can override CSS through inline styles. H1 style color green. Maybe I should put it on greater than and less than signs inside of greater. Also, I shouldn't delete the orange text ID. Should be white. Maybe it's the spelling that is wrong here. What is wrong? Pink text, blue text. Let's try to put this in brackets. No. Doesn't work. Weird. Color green. Everything seems fine. Oh, maybe the example is green, but I should. Oh. I was confused because the example was telling me to put green, but I was actually supposed to be to write white. In many situations, you will use CSS libraries. This may accidentally override your own CSS. So when you absolutely need to be sure that an element has specific CSS, you can use exclamation import. Let's go all the way back to our pink text class declaration. Remember that our pink text class was overridden by subsequent class declarations, ID declarations, and inline styles. Let's add the keyword exclamation import to your pink text elements color declaration to make 100% sure that your H1 element will be pink. An example of how to do this is color red import. So this makes sure that nothing overrides the... But what if I have more than one? Then it's probably gonna override. Let's type just to see. Yeah, I think it... The last one that's written on is the one that's gonna stay with the property. So HTML also uses letters to represent values. So this one is about color, and we can use this command with any value to determine different colors. Paste the word black in our body by this code, I think. Just 6 zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I think you can hover over the mouse on those numbers and it will show you. Let's do it like here, for example. Yeah, see? Then you can drag around and choose. And it will automatically show you which color, the number is for each color. Place the color words in our style element with their correct hex code. Pretty simple stuff. Just showing me the code for each color. Try using the abbreviated hex code to color the correct elements. Same thing. Just an abbreviation of the... Instead of writing all the 6 numbers, use letters. To abbreviate. It's just another structure to put colors. Place the Rex code body element background with the RGB value for black, which is 000. Simple stuff, true. And place, I wonder if I'm gonna remember all of these things. Probably not. Just like with hex codes, you can mix colors in RGB by using combination of different values. Replace the X, same thing on the other ones. I still don't know what is wrong with this one. Everything seems to be fine. Inputs here. And I don't know why it's not styling that like this. Here was supposed to be body, right? Update style and index. Oh, anyway, let's continue. Penguin class. Change the black value to gray. Change the black value to gray. The gray value to white. And the yellow to orange. Wait. Oh, yes. To create a CSS variable, you just need to give it a name with 2 hyphens in front of it and assign it a value like this. Penguin skin. This will create a variable named penguin skin and assign it the value of gray. Now you can use that variable elsewhere in your CSS to change the value of other elements to gray. So this is in style. So this is in style outside of the penguin class. No, in the penguin class, create a variable name penguin skin. Give it a value gray. So I guess it's from for when you wanna use the variable on other places outside of the class, but you have to define it inside the class. Wait. Yeah, like I was saying. Oh. So every time you wanna change something to have that property of the penguin skin, you just use this command here. And then you don't need to create a class or remember exactly what you assigned that object. This will change the background of whatever element you are targeting to gray, because that is the value of the penguin skin variable. Note that the styles will not be applied unless the variable names are an exact match. So where's the background? Maybe I need to create background here. Background. All of them have a background. To apply the penguin. Yeah, I think I need to create another class here. No, it's not a class. It should apply inside the penguin top. That's here. Now every time I change this color here is gonna change the background for the top. Penguin top, penguin bottom, and right hand and left hand. I think it's done. User your variable as a CSS property value, can attach fallback value that your browser will revert to if the given variable is invalid. This fallback is not used to increase browser compatibility, and it will not work on EU browsers. Rather, it is used so that the browser has a color to display if it cannot find your variable. Yeah, so it's the same logic as the other font family, I think. Penguin top and penguin bottom. So it's telling me to change just the top and the bottom. Yeah. When your browser parses the CSS of a web page, it ignores any properties that it doesn't recognize or support. For example, if you use a CSS variable to assign a background color on a site, Internet Explorer will ignore the background color because it does not support CSS variables. In that case, the browser will use whatever value it has for the property. If it can't find any other value set for the property, it will revert to the default value, which is typically not ideal. This means that if you do want to provide a browser for fallback, it's as easy as providing another more widely supported value immediately before your declaration. That way, an older browser will have something to fall back on, while a newer browser will just interpret whatever declaration comes later in the cascade. It looks like a variable is being used to set the background color of Redbox glass. Let's improve our browser compatibility by adding another background declaration right before the existing declaration and sets value to red. Not sure if I understand this. Add another background declaration. So in case if it's working, it's gonna pick up this. Yeah, because it's the last one from the command. But if it doesn't work, then it's gonna go with the first one. Root is a pseudo-class selector that matches the root element of the document, usually the HTML element. By creating your variable in root, They will be available globally and can be accessed from any other selector in the style sheet. It matches the root element. Only change code below design. When you create a variable, it is available for you to use inside the selector in which you create it. It also is available in any of the selector's descendants. This happens because CSS variables are inherited, just like ordinary properties. You find a variable named Penguin Belly in the root. And that's why there is this comments here. Name it Penguin Belly in the root selector and give it the value of pink. Then see that the variable is inherited and that all the child elements which use it get pink backgrounds. So root is for when you want all the other classes below to inherit the properties of the root class. I think that's the purpose. Yeah, you set the value of the variable for the whole page. Change the value of Penguin Belly to white, the penguin class. And it's gonna change everything to white. The penguin class should reassign the penguin belly. Oh, I changed it in the root, but I'm supposed to change it here. No. Change the value of penguin belly to white in the penguin class. Oh, it's written right there. Written. And so going to overwrite just like the other ones. Same logic. Change the value of a variable and it will apply its style wherever it is used. In the root selector of the media query. Oh, here. I think the Z things, like at media, at some other thing, keyframes. These are probably methods that it inherits from somewhere, or functions that HTML has. Change it so penguin size is redefined and given a value of 200 pixels. Easy. Also redefine penguin scheme. Give it a value of black. And resize the preview. Yeah, that's the responsive thing that he was talking about earlier. Now I think it starts to get more difficult, probably. I think I'll do 2 more, 5 more, and then I will take a break to eat something and watch a video. My throat is like sore from talking a bunch also. Applied visual design. First group of challenges built on the given card layout to show a number of core principles. Text is often a large part of web content. CSS has several options for how to align it with the text align property. Text align justify cause all the lines of text except the last line to meet the left and right edges of the line box. Text align justify cause all lines of text except the last line to meet the left and right edges of the line box. And text center, text align right, left. Align the H4 text tags which says Google to the center. Then justify the paragraph tag which contains information about how Google was found. H4 here. Oh no, it's up here. I was thinking it's weird. I'm supposed to write it right there next to the word. So text align center. Yeah, here it works fine. Maybe it's problem on the VS Code. Or should I type style here? I'll try that later. Then justify the paragraph. Cause all lines of the text except the last line to meet the left and right edges of the box. Let's just center the text of the box to center the description. No, just changed Google to the left again. And justify the paragraph. Oh, I put it on the wrong place. Now it's so I think it's just the spacing and organization of the text gets more centered, clear. I don't know. You can specify the width of an element using width. absolute lengths are such of percent containable. Here's an example that changes the width of an image of two. Yeah, we saw that already, I think. Add the width property to the entire card and set it to an absolute value of 245. Use the full card class to select the element. Add the width property. It's just like this. Yeah. Use the full card class. Alright, 3 more. Oh, wait, some. You can specify the height of an element using the height property in CSS, similar to the width property. The height to h4. Height 25 pixels. You may need to be 100% zoom. Oh, on my web page. Wrap a strong tag around Stanford University. And that's to make the text bold inside the p tag. Inside the p tag, to make text bold, you can use the strong tag. This is often used to draw attention to text and symbolize that it is important. With the strong tag, the browser applies the CSS of font weight bold to the element. Wrap a strong tag around Stanford University inside p tag. Here. So strong. Do I include the dot? Yeah, I think I will include the dot. And you see how it changes here. Now underline. Just same principle as the other one, but different style. Here. You. Yeah. To emphasize text, you can use the EM tag. This is space text as italicized, as the browser applies to the CSS of italic. Same thing, but for italic now. Wrap an EM tag around the contents of the paragraph tag to give it emphasis. Yeah. I think I'll do one more. Or maybe 2 more. Wrap the S tag around Google inside the H4 tag and then add the word alphabet beside it. S tag around Google. To strike through text, which is when a horizontal line. Oh, when you cut the text, you can use the S tag. Shows that a section of text is no longer valid. With the S tag, the browser applies the CSS text decoration line through to the element. I wonder which Google it is. I'm supposed to do this. Probably this one. Inside the H4 tag. Oh no, inside the H4 tag. It's the other one. And then add the word alphabet beside it. We should not have this structure format. Add an HR tag. Horizontal line across the width of its containing element. This can be used to define a change in topic or to change visually visually separate groups of content. So same logic. Add an HR tag underneath the H4 which contains the card title. Where is the card title? Underneath the H4 which contains the card tag. Probably here. Oh, maybe it's like this. Oh yeah. And it doesn't need a closing tag. To make, I think that's the challenge, right? To make the text stand out more, adjust the background color of H4. Of the element H4 to the given RGB A value. Maybe like this. Also for the H4, remove the height property and add padding of 10 pixels. Didn't give me so. Oh fuck. Oh no, it's here. Didn't see it. The font size of header tags H1 through H6 should generally be larger than the font size of paragraph tags. This makes it easier for the user to visually understand the layout and level of importance of everything on the page. Use the font size property to adjust the size of the text in an element. H1 through H6. And the font size of paragraph text. Yeah. To make the heading significantly larger than the paragraph, change the font size of the H4 tag to 27 pixels. Now this is to apply shadow to an element. How far to push the shadow. This is the specifications for the way the shadow is gonna be. Blur radius, spread radius. Multiple box shadows can be created by using commas to separate properties of each box shadow element. Here's an example of the CSS to create multiple shadows with some blur at mostly transparent black colors. So this is the order. First you input the offset, then offset X, offset Y. The element now has an ID of thumbnail. With this selector, use this example CSS values above to place a box shadow on the card. Don't understand this. Oh, the element has an idea of the color that the thumbnail is written on. With this selector, use the example CSS values above to place a box shadow on the card. So maybe it's on full card. Or card content. Class ID. No, it's on full cards. I'm not sure if it's gonna change that much. But let's try this one. If it doesn't work, I'll put it on the previous one. For zeros, 0, 6. Oh, so now I understand. The first number is the x-axis, then the y-axis, then the blur radius or spread radius, and then the color on this exact sequence. 0, 6, 6. And then RGB A 0, 0, 0.23. For the thumbnail ID. So maybe I just need to create the ID on styles, I think. Let's do it here. Hashtag thumbnail. Oh, I'm just gonna copy and paste because it's easier. Okay, I'm gonna grab something to eat and then I'm gonna watch a video, take a small break, then I'll go back to doing this challenge. Let me see if I do this. Change. No. Weird. Let's watch this video here. That's one of the topics I need to study. Not need to, but want to.
Thickets and theories. I'm in the dense forest of Vieques, entangled with dense ideas at the roots of reality. I'm in wilderness because I struggle to learn how the world works. I'm enduring mosquitoes because I strive to get the latest science. Vieques is an island in the Caribbean Sea, 8 miles off the Puerto Rican mainland. I'm here attending a conference on the physics of information. Information is all the rage in science today. More than once I'm advised, unless you understand information, you cannot appreciate the forests or the trees. I hope I can get through these concepts better than I can get through this underbrush. I need to start with basics. What is information? I'm Robert Lawrence Kuhn, and Closer to Truth is my journey to find out. Scientists are talking heatedly about information as essential for exploring the foundations of the world, for accessing the deep nature of reality. Why the scientific excitement? How to discern the meaning of information? That's the purpose of this conference, organized by the Foundational Questions Institute, FQXI, which brings together physicists, cosmologists, and philosophers of science to discuss and debate over-the-horizon ideas. FQXI takes risks and explores controversial topics. But why Vieques? Perhaps it's primitive nature. Perhaps it's isolation. Perhaps to commune with nature in order to penetrate its secrets. I start with the scientific director of FQXI, cosmologist Max Tegmark, a fount of big ideas.
Max, it's so great being with you here on Vieques in Puerto Rico at FQXI, the Physics of Information Conference. How do we deal with the physics of information? What is it, and why is it important?
We used to think it was utterly unimportant. We used to think information was just some sort of sideshow that statisticians liked that had very little to do with physics. And then, remarkably, information has started to crop up in area after area of physics in a very fundamental level. We've come to learn that in quantum mechanics, many of the deepest theorems and questions can be rephrased in terms of information, and the whole field of quantum computing is about harnessing a new kind of information, quantum information, to do things we previously thought were impossible. Then in relativity theory, in our attempt to unify that with quantum mechanics and do quantum gravity, information has again seemingly cropped up as super important. On a third front, we have a lot of neuroscientists here at our conference who are arguing that studying information processed in physical systems is also the master key to understanding one of the deepest mysteries of all, that of consciousness. This really makes me wonder if one of my greatest heroes, John Archibald Wheeler, was right when he talked about it from bit and argued that maybe information is not just some coincidental little thing, but maybe information is really truly fundamental, and maybe it's even more fundamental than matter and energy and space, so that we can maybe ultimately either understand how those things we thought were the building blocks of physics emerged from information, or at least unify everything with information.
So do you see this as a trend where information, ultimately, it may be the ground of physics?
It certainly seems to me like that's the way the wind has been blowing for a long time in physics. So the idea was to bring together physicists and other scientists working at the forefront of many different areas of science that were all focused on the role of information, and trap them here on this small island where they had no choice but to talk with each other in the hope that this sharing of ideas would help them realize that, maybe there are deep connections here.
Right, Max, it's working. Trapped on this small island, surrounded by impenetrable woods and rough seas, scientists who've never crossed paths compare notes. Information is a deceptive term, a common word we think we easily understand. But information in a technical or scientific sense is disruptive. with power to enlighten and advance knowledge, and somewhat challenging to understand. The plan, the hope, is that interdisciplinary thinking can enrich information. And I meet the personification of interdisciplinary, Paul Davies, physicist, cosmologist, exobiologist, and cancer theorist.
If you go to a dinner party and talk about information, everyone seems to know what you mean. And these days, we're so familiar with it, it's almost as if it's got a life of its own, that it does stuff, that information seems to have some sort of causal power. And we construct narratives around what information does. It affects the world. Now, clearly, it does affect the world, but so does matter. So what we would like to know is how matter and information fit together. Is there one lot of laws governing information and another lot of laws governing matter? Well, they better be compatible. Every time we see information, it's instantiated in matter. It doesn't just float around in empty space. It's got to be attached to something. And so this presents a bit of a paradox, because physicists are used to studying what matter does. Information tags along for the ride. So my interest in it is whether we can treat it as if it is the primary stuff out of which the physical world is built. Now that's a drastic step to say underpinning everything is information, but it's certainly clear that in some circumstances information is calling the shots, and the circumstances are right here when we have this conversation, because living organisms exemplify the power of information because they're really information processing systems. Now, we're familiar with the term information processing from computers. Computers have been designed by human beings. We like to suppose that living organisms haven't been designed, they've evolved. And so how's this information processing emerged from the clamour of molecules just banging into each other in some sort of chemical soup? That's what interests me these days. It's the emergence of information processing systems that we call living cells.
So how do living cells process information?
If you talk to a biologist, what is life? You'll be given a narrative in terms of things like the genetic code. Genes are instructions for cells to carry out certain tasks. Talk to a physicist or a chemist, what is life? And they give an explanation in terms of molecules and energies and interactions and so forth. So we have these two parallel narratives discussing the same thing. And what I would like to know is how the informational narrative emerged from the matter narrative, because we've got two different levels of description. How do we get one out of the other? You can't have some mix of properties of molecules that give you coded information. It's a different conceptual landscape entirely. Historically, matter has been at the bottom of the explanatory chain, and information has been a sort of secondary derivative of it. And so whilst we recognize that information makes a difference in the world, it somehow doesn't seem to be fundamental. But there's increasing interest among at least a small group of physicists to turn this upside down and say maybe at rock bottom the universe is about information and information processing, and it's matter that emerges as a secondary concept. And we're led to that because of quantum physics, where you interrogate nature and you get answers in terms of bits of information.
To Paul, information and matter energy are two ways of viewing the bedrock of physical reality. Like most scientists, he gives primacy to matter energy, but he recognizes the trend among physicists that centers information at the core of reality. Here's the crux of the issue. Is information only an analytical tool and helpful metaphor? Or does information lead to or become the ultimate source of everything? Seth Lloyd is one of the founders of the Information as Fundamental movement. A pioneer in quantum computing at MIT, Seth's information is writ large. How does he define information?
Seth, I want to understand reality, and you tell me I have to know what information is to understand reality.
Well, I'm not guaranteeing that merely by understanding information you'll understand reality, Robert. But yeah, information has a technical sense, which everybody's familiar with these days because we deal with computers and smartphones and cell phones and communication systems that break up information into bits. So the bit is the smallest chunk of information. It represents a distinction between two possibilities, true or false, yes or no, here or there, or a little black pixel or a little white pixel on a black and white TV screen. So you can count the amount of information that you have in, for instance, what I'm uttering right now. I'm like creating with my voice, in addition to the words that I'm telling you, which are, a few tens of bits per second, then my voice and its timbre and its change has a few thousand bits per second. And if you look at this beautiful scene here with the ocean there, the visual information has a few million bits per second. This is, in some sense, a new thing that we can count information. For thousands of years, information meant, knowledge, meaning. But the weird thing is that in some sense, we've learned a lot more about information since we've been able to just count it and forget about the meaning. So, all right, maybe it means something, maybe it doesn't, but there are 70 bits. So like when the cable guy comes to your house, in order to connect up your cable, his job is to make sure that you get 1 million bits per second coming into your TV, and he doesn't care if you're going to use it to watch Shakespeare or porn. So quantity of information turns out to be a very fundamental thing in the universe. And by understanding the quantity of information, measuring how many bits of information are contained in an image, in a sound, in a word, we can learn a great deal about how the universe is put together. Gajillions of bits of information, and yet how much meaning is there? Well, I don't know.
So how then does information in the technical sense kind of bridge that gap? How does that help us get to what we call real meaning as opposed to amount of technical bits that would describe that meaning?
A good way to think of how information acquires meaning is to think of what information does. In his philosophical investigations, Wittgenstein has this great example of a carpenter. The carpenter is an assistant, and when the carpenter says hammer to the assistant passes her a hammer. Right? When the carpenter says slab, the assistant passes her a slab. And from the assistant's actions, we infer that the assistant knows what the carpenter means. There's a situation where Wittgenstein is trying to tease out the meaning of meaning. By just looking at how information makes people respond, what information does. So if we look not just how much information there is, but what information does, then we can learn a lot more about how meaning comes into existence. And the way we understand that nowadays is, in fact, in terms of computation. So a good way of understanding meaning is to look at these actual physical digital bits that we collect on camera, that we go into our cell phones, and that get processed by our computers. For instance, in a computation, this bit here means do this. So the bit is an instruction, and the computer has lots of bits in it already that allow it to figure out what it's doing.
So what is the significance of understanding information in this new technical sense?
At a physical level, information is everywhere. So if anything that can be in one of two different states can store a bit, then any atom, any molecule can have a bit of information. So in that crashing surf out there, every molecule of water, by its configuration, by its rotation, by its position relative to the other water molecules, it carries with it bits of information. And then whenever any two water molecules collide, they change and process that bit of information. So one way to think of two water molecules in the surf colliding is, it's just a bunch of water molecules colliding, okay? But another is that what this water molecule does is a function of the information that this water molecule contains. So if it strikes it in this way, this water molecule goes off in some way like that, whereas if it strikes it in this way, it goes off like that. So you can think of this water molecule as essentially instructing this other water molecule what to do.
But is this metaphor or is this reality?
The traditional way to describe the universe is that it's made of energy, E = mc squared. Every elementary particle, every electromagnetic field contains energy. And we describe it physically in terms of the dynamics of how it changes over time. But merely by existing, these elementary particles and fields also contain information. They're made of energy, but information tells us the form that this energy takes. So the fact that this chunk of energy is an electron and this other chunk of energy is a photon, a particle of light, that's information. So the universe at bottom consists not merely of energy, but of information. Merely by existing, everything contains information. And whenever something changes, so electron absorbs a photon, that information is processed. Bits flip. Now, bits flipping is a computation. So just as it's real to say that the universe is made out of electrons and electromagnetic fields and photons and elementary particles, the universe is also really made out of information, and the way the universe changes over time is really a computation.
To Seth, information and matter energy have equal claims as the source of fundamental reality. His fresh thinking describes interactions among fields and particles as computation, along with the usual mechanics, classical and quantum. He claims that all changes in the universe are computations. Am I being persuaded that reality as information is more than metaphor? I can't tell. I don't have enough information. If the universe at bottom is information, as Seth says, we should find it affecting diverse areas, perhaps enabling solutions to intractable problems. That's why FQXI, for the first time, invited neuroscientists to interact with its physicists.
The Matrix.
What happens when the concept of information is applied to the content of consciousness? Consciousness inner awareness is perhaps our biggest mystery. Could information be the underlying explanation? I meet neuroscientist Giulio Tononi, who originated the integrated information theory of consciousness.
So at this meeting, we have heard all kinds of definitions. There are the classic and very powerful one, like Shannon information is the one that you transmit across the channel, trying to recover a signal. There is Kolmogorov information, which is how can you compress a pattern and so on. They're all very important, very useful, and very powerful. But the information we're talking about here is intrinsic information. It's information from the perspective of a system itself, not from the perspective of an observer who wants to use the system to transmit things and store things. It is what is it like to be a particular system. And the short answer is it can only be the difference that make a difference to the system itself. So that's the intrinsic part. And the difference that makes a difference is what is captured exactly by the integrated information theory. Things that constrain the past and the future of the system, and they do it above and beyond the part of the system. Otherwise, there would be no system at all.
Is the nature of information, even though it's internal and intrinsic, of the same character, or is it just using an English word that sort of sounds right but is fuzzy?
No, it's radically different. So, for instance, I can say that we form a system, you and I, okay? And we are certainly talking to each other. And in some sense, somebody could use us to transmit information, as on the phone, and store information. I tell you something to keep in mind, then we'll recover it later when I ask you again. So we can be treated by a physicist or by a computer scientist as an information processing system or storage system of some sort. But that tells us nothing of the fact that there is one there and one here, and only those two. So the information from the inside exists only somewhere in your brain there and somewhere in my brain here, and not really anywhere else in between.
Can it be expressed in numbers? Are there mathematical equations that can be used to describe it?
That is the whole point about integrated information theory. It is indeed a set of numbers. You can indeed describe it as a mathematical structure. But it happens to be also what we are.
But being a mathematical structure seems like such a different category than the perceptions of internal phenomenology. It just seemed theoretically impossible that numbers could describe the experience that I have.
Well, you see, Galileo said famously in the Essay that in order to do science, we would need to use the language of mathematics, because reality is built, he said, of triangles and circles and figures like that. He was referring to the outside world, because he had the foresight of saying, let's forget the observer at the moment, let's look at the outside world and describe it. And then it speaks the language of mathematics. That's what his great insight was. I think, in a way, the idea here is to forget about Galileo and go inside ourselves and ask about the observer itself, ourselves, our consciousness. Well, that, too, I think, speaks the language of mathematics. In fact, I think it's mathematics itself. So that's what I think the bottom of both the description of the physical world and the description of consciousness is, if you wish, mathematical structures.
Giulio's information is its own special kind, intrinsic information. What information is from the inside, from the perspective of the information itself. It's a radical notion, and perhaps transformative for consciousness. Right now, consciousness, what it feels like inside, remains a complete mystery, notwithstanding all the neuroscience. And so one test for any proposal to explain consciousness is not whether the idea is too radical, but whether the idea is radical enough. I can follow this path, but not too far. Is mathematics both the foundation of the physical world and the generator of consciousness?
Information can only exist if you have meaning. And the only way to have meaning is if you have an observer. So I think these two things are intrinsically correlated. Just like the art problem of consciousness. You can only have the information, because information is, what's the difference between information and data? Information is organized data, but organized for who? Can you have organized data if you don't have an observer of that data? That makes sense. So in a way, everything is information, because it all depends on the observer. And the way the observer changes, the perspective of the observer changes everything else, because it's intrinsically correlated. But I'm not sure if I completely understand, and I don't think anybody understands fully also. What is it? So,
Not just describing or modeling them, but literally being them. Well, I'm not there. Yet. Still, I seek the deep nature of information, and still there are areas I've not explored. Information, I've learned, is tied to computation, which now includes quantum theory. I find MIT's Scott Aronson, an expert on computational complexity and quantum information theory.
Information is one of those things that's hard to define in terms of something more basic. It's a way of measuring the number of possible configurations that a system could be in. Or another way to say it is it's a way of measuring how surprised you are upon learning something, right? How much do you learn? So the standard unit of information, of course, is the bit. And a bit is just anything that can be in one of two states, 0 or 1. Or you could say an electron in its ground state or in its excited state. So because of the computer revolution, I think we're now very used to this concept of information as an abstract entity.
The use of information in diverse fields from physics, biology, is it the same entity, or is it a way of measuring, or is it some fundamental aspect that we're looking at?
Well, there is a mathematical definition of information, which was given by Claude Shannon in 1948. Basically, Shannon's definition gives you a way to measure the number of bits, but even in very unusual contexts, right, where you might not think that you could. So, for example, you can measure the number of bits per letter in English text. Okay, and you might think that, well, okay, there are 26 letters in the English alphabet, so that's between 4 and 5 bits. But it's actually somewhat less than that, because English has regularities. The letter E is very, very common. The letter X is not so common, right? And so because of those regularities, there are fewer bits. There's more predictability in English than if it were just a completely random jumble of letters. And it's a very general definition in that you can apply it to DNA, you can apply it to counting the number of states of a black hole, for example. You can apply it to anything, you know, in any field of science.
How about quantum information, which you work in very intensely?
Yeah, so quantum information obeys qualitatively different rules than we're used to from classical information. I mean, many people have heard of, you know, the famous Heisenberg uncertainty principle that says, you know, you can choose to measure a particle's position or you can choose to measure its momentum, but you can't measure both to unlimited accuracy. What this really means is that quantum objects or quantum information has a degree of privacy to it because there's something called the no cloning theorem, closely related to the uncertainty principle, that says if you have, let's say, one electron in a particular state, there is no physical process that can produce a second electron in exactly the same state. You would have to measure both the position and the momentum of the original electron, but you can't do that. And people have actually figured out how to exploit this idea recently, so that in principle you could have quantum money, for example, that would be physically impossible to counterfeit. Okay, so a whole field has grown up to sort of just understand how quantum information behaves, how it relates to classical information. Because of the weird rules that it obeys, you know that when you weren't looking at it, you know, it had to be behaving as quantum information.
But don't you have just data if you don't have anybody to experience the data? Because how can you have something that is organized if you don't have nothing so that thing can be organized in a relationship to? That's where it doesn't make sense to me. It seems like you can only have information if you have the something to experience that information. Otherwise, you just have data, infinite amount of data. And then that information is created with the entropy that is created by having a separation of the data.
It's no revelation that information is changing society. What's novel is that information is changing science. Why is information so hot? How to see the new landscape of information. Information as facts or knowledge, things one can learn. Information as measuring difference or surprise, how much you learn. Information as one of two opposite states, on, off, yes, no, 1, 0. Information as the mathematical description of a communication system. Information from the inside as intrinsic to a system. Information as quantum information, entangled states with vast potential for computing power. And taken together, information as power, to explain and perhaps to cause. From the forests and seascapes of Vieques, I have new respect for information, as both metaphor and reality, process and substance, form and content. Surely, information is closer
I don't think
to truth.
I'll ever leave this blank, because nobody has an answer to what is this. Let me change the name of the stream. I think I just changed on stream elements, so not on Twitch. I think I Oh no, seems like it has changed. Okay. So I'll be right back. So I'll be right back. Okay, so let's continue on the challenges on Free Code Bootcamp. Free Code Camp, actually. Let me find the page here. And then I'll watch these other ones later. All right. I think I'll speak less now. I'm kind of tired, and I'm just gonna explain it in case there's something that I wasn't sure how to do it, or something that needs more of an explanation. So far it has been pretty easy. All of the challenges so far. I think the difficult thing is to remember these things when you're actually building one. Because when you do it step by step, like, you know what to do. But when you're starting from zero, it's kind of, you need some like direction or something. The opacity property in CSS is used to adjust the opacity and the transparency. It isn't transparent at all. Value of 0.5 is self-situated. So yeah, so this is for transparency. Anchor tag. Where is this tag? Set the opacity of the anchor tags to 0.7. Not sure what this means. Class of links. Here. So these ones. So, there's a similar thing about this on the Python course. When you type a name, they call this strings, and then you put dots, and then this value is gonna change the way the string is. And apparently it's the same thing here. Transform the text of the h4 to be uppercase using the text transform property. In Python it would be like this, like h4 point dot uppercase, from what I remember. Uppercase. By Visual Design. In the style tags, set the font size of the h1 tag to 68. Font size properties is challenge will set the values of for all h1 through h6 tags to balance the heading size. Then is there an easier way to do this? Instead of typing h1 thing, yeah, because each one is going to be a different format, right? So I think I have to do it manually. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 52, 40, 32, 21, 14, 6, 5, 4, 3. I think if I want to change multiple at the same time, but then I have to give the same property, is gonna be with the dot, like here, from what I remember, but not really sure about that. You set the font size, blah blah. Font weight properties, that's how thick. Same thing, but font weight. I don't think there's pixels needed. Let's do like this. Here's 500, 400, 300, and 200. There you go. Change the valve font size to 16. Easy. Those are almost like too easy. Another easy one. Yeah, so far it's teaching me how to do this simple text formatting things. Oh, this was exactly what I was wondering now. How to activate the link once you hover. The style of an anchor that can be charged for its hover state using the hover. So the class selector. Here's the CSS to change the color of the anchor tag to red during its hover state. The code are the all 8 tags black. Add a rule so that when the user hovers over the A tag, the color is blue. Something weird here. I think this is it. When the position of an element is set to relative, it allows you to specify how CSS should move with relative to its current position in the normal flow of the page. It pairs with the CSS offset properties of left or right or intolerant. So this is to play around with the position of the block. Change the position of the H2 to relative. Then top 15 pixels. So it moves down when it's top. Yeah, away from the top of where it sits in a normal flow. Notice there is no impact on the position of the surrounding H1 and P elements. Yeah. I wonder if it works here. Position relative top. Was it like this? Let's try. Something wrong with this file. Oh, wrong button. Referenced side. As you saw in the last challenge, using the top offset moved the item downwards likewise. The left offset moves an item to the right, so it's always on the contrary. Use CSS offsets to move the H2 15 pixels to the right and 10 pixels up. So should use left 15 pixels and bottom 10 pixels. Yeah. Dominance with absolute positioning is that it will be locked relative to its closest position ancestor. If you forget to add the positioning rule to the parent item, this is typically done using position relative. The browser will keep looking up the chain and it will ultimately default to the body tag. The next option for CSS position. So you have a relative and absolute. Absolute locks everything, and relative is relative, as the name says. One nuance with absolute positioning is that it will be locked relative to its closest positioned ancestor. If you forgot to add a position rule to the parent item, this is typically done using position route. Browser will keep blah blah like that. Lock the search bar element to the top right of its section. Lock the search bar element to the top right of its section parent by declaring its position as absolute. It didn't change anything. Oh, I think this is just for to lock it down, I think. Give it top and right offsets of 15 pixels each. Top. I wonder if there's a easier way to do this, just like putting color and the other stuffs where you just write in one line. Give it top and right offsets of 50 pixels each. One key difference between the fixed and absolute position is that the element with a fixed position will move when the user scrolls. In the fixed and absolute positions is that an element with fixed position will move when the user scrolls. Navigation bar in the code is labeled with an ID of navbar. Changes position to fixed. So here. Don't understand why it doesn't go automatically on the thing. To fix and offset. So guess it's just fixed. No, position. Fixed. Let's go from the bottom. From the top actually. Position. Fixed. And offsets, it's 0 pixels from the top. And 0 pixels from the left. After you have added the code, scroll the preview window to see how the navigation stays in place. Oh, this. Oh, now I get it. The rest moves, but it's kind of like in Excel when you freeze the panels. Floating elements are removed. Left or right. It's commonly used with the width property to specify how much horizontal space the floated element requires. The given markup would work well as a two-column layout, with this section and the side elements next to each other. Give the left item a float or left of left and the right item a float of right. So this is what I was trying to do, I think. The left item a float of left. But I still don't think it's gonna work when I type it in here. So I'm not gonna do it. I think there's another problem with this file. Maybe it's the way it's structured or something like that. The element coming later in the HTML markup appear on the top of the other. However, the z-index property can specify the order of all elements are stacked on top of one another. It must be an integer, whole number, and not a decimal. Higher values for the z-index property of an element move it higher in the stack than those with lower values. Higher values for the z-index property of an element with the higher. So the higher the z, the more in front it's gonna be, I think. In front of the other blocks and things of the website. Add a z-index property to the element with the class name of first. Z-index. Red rectangle and set it to value of 2. Yeah, so it jumps on top. Another positioning technique is to center the block element horizontally. One way to do this is to set its margins to a value of auto. Was this done here? No. This method works for images too. Images are inline elements by default, but can be changed to block elements when you set the display property to block. And images are inline elements by default, but can be changed to block elements when you set the display property to block. So when you want to move an image, that's probably what you do, right? Go type display, then block, and then you're gonna be able to move around the image in the website. Center the div on the page by adding a margin property value auto. Let me try it once more. Margin, auto. Let me see if that changes this thing to the middle. No. What the hell, man? There's something weird about this. Anyway. Let's see what he's asking first, and then I'll see if I read everything. Change the background color property of the blue and yellow classes to their respective colors. Div element with class blue should have a background color of blue. Div element with class yellow should have a background color of yellow. Color wheel. When two colors are opposite each other on the wheel, they are called complementary colors. They have the characteristic that if they are combined, they cancel each other out and create a gray color. However, when placed side by side, these colors appear more vibrant and produce a strong visual contrast. Some examples of complementary colors with their hex codes are red, blue, There are many color picking tools available online that have an option to find the complement of a color. For all color challenges, using color can be a powerful way to add visual interest to a page. However, color alone should not be used as the only way to convey important information because users with visual impairments may not understand the content. This issue will be covered in more detail in the applied accessibility challenges. So I think it's just simple challenge just talking about the importance of picking right colors and understanding the contrast between them to draw attention to the content. But I don't know what's the code for these colors here, so I'm just gonna type it out. So this RGB is the color model that the computers use, and it's composed of these three colors: red, green, and blue, and all the other colors are based on that. Here are three colors created using the display complement scheme. Change the background color property of the orange cyan, I don't know how to spell this, and raspberry classes to their respective colors. Make sure it's just the same task that I got before. I tend to think that websites with simple colors are often more attractive, the best. They have like simple visual design instead of having a bunch of colors and a bunch of different things. This page will use a shade of teal as a dominant color and it's orange. Complement to visualize highlight stand-up buttons. To visually highlight the stand-up buttons. Change the background color of both the header and the footer. From black to teal color. Yeah, it doesn't look that great. I prefer the previous one. Then change the H2 text color to teal as well. Finally, change the background color of the button to the orange color. I'm not gonna know this code. There's no way. I'm gonna memorize this. And it says down here. Change the background color of each div. Green, blue. Based on the class names. Green, blue. HCL. Using HCL. So this is another method to change color. Hue, saturation, and lightness. Percentage is given. Maybe this is used all the time. But I don't feel like I'm gonna be using this. Or if that people use this a lot. Green. Sheehan's gonna come here. Blue. And that's it, I think. Yeah. So the default is transparent background color. Our nav element currently appears to have a Sheehan background. Because the element guy has a background color, so sure. So it uses the same color but has 80% saturation and 25% lightness. Your values should change its tone and shade. I think I know how to do this background color. So it's the first value is the hue, the second one is the saturation, and the third one is the lightness. But yeah, 180, 80%, 25%. Yeah. Now this is the same, still for color, but if you wanna change it gradiently. "90° makes a horizontal gradient from left to right, and 45 degrees is angled like a backlash. The following arguments specify the order of color used in the gradient." Use linear gradients for the div. Oh, first need to specify the where it's gonna be, which in this case is asking for the background. (35°), and that's the way that's gonna be probably gradient towards. So it's gonna start from a 35-degree angle and then it's gonna go from one color to the other, I think. Well, apparently didn't change anything. Background, linear gradient. Maybe it's DAG. Yeah, there we go. So I have to specify degrees here for some reason. Make stripes by changing the repeating linear gradient. Choose a gradient angle of 45. Also, this one you want multiple gradients on the same. Same picture, same block. Then set the first two color stops to yellow. Finally, oh, I think it's like this, yellow. And finally the second two color stops to black. I think that's it. So the first two colors stops to yellow and the first, yeah. Using the URL, set the background of the whole page with the body selector. One way to add texture and interest to a background and have it stand out more is to add a subtle pattern. The key is balance, as you don't want the background to stand out too much and take away from the foreground. The background property supports the URL function in order to link. Background property supports the URL function in order to link to an image of the chosen texture or pattern. Link address is wrapped in quotes inside the parentheses. Background URL So this is probably an image website. Yeah. Now changing the scale. Increase the size of the element with the ID of ball2 to 1.5 times the original size. Ball2 transform scale 1.5. Applying transform to a div element will also affect any child elements contained in the div. So it's gonna distort everything. Add a CSS rule for the hover. Where is the hover? No, I'm gonna have to read the whole thing. And the CSS rule for the rover state of the div. So I think it's just like this. Transform 1.1. It should increase. Something will. Scale, forgot. Maybe that's it. Yeah. Scale the element with the idea of bottom by 24 degrees along the x-axis by using the transform property. Scale the element with the ID bottom. So bottom by 24 degrees. Transform skew x. .24 and so this changes the direction of the entire class or parameter you're using. Skew the element with the ID top. Transform skew y minus that. Maybe I'm missing something. It should have been skewed. Like, yeah, that's what's wrong. Yeah, there you go. Manipulate the square element in the editor to create the moon shape. First, change the background color transparent to transparent. Manipulate the square element in the editor to create the moon shape. First, change the background color to transparent. Isn't the default to the transparent? I'm gonna write it down, but I think if I leave it blank, it already is transparent on the default, as I said on the previous one. Then set the border radius property to 50%. To make the circle unified, change the box shadow property to offset x 25 pixels. Box shadow to set. I thought the first one was already 25. I thought the first one was the offset x, but it's already 25. Finally, change the box shadow property to set the offset x 25 pixels, the offset y to 10 pixels, blur radius to 0, spread radius to 0. I think this, yeah. And color to blue. I think this is right, yes. I'll be right back. Just gonna go to the bathroom real quick. All right. For the before and after pseudo elements through function property, you must have a defined content property. Transform the element on the screen to a heart in the heart after selector. So it's probably here. Change the background color to pink and the radius to 50. So I'm gonna do this already. Pink. And this is a new concept probably. Next, target the element with the class heart. Just heart, and fill in the transform property. Use the rotate function with minus 45 degrees. So yeah, I'm gonna have to read all of this. Yes, for the right. For the heart, it's just rotate 50 minus 45 degrees. Also, it wants me to clone this, I think. Following example, a before pseudo element is used to add a rectangle to an element with the class heart. So this is the class heart. For the before and after pseudo elements, the true functional property, they must have a defined content property. This property is usually used to add things like a photo or text to the selected element. When the before and after pseudo elements are used to make shapes, the content property is still required, but set to an empty string. When before and after pseudo elements are used to make shapes, the content property is still required, but set to an empty. In the above example, the element with the class of heart has a before pseudo element that produces a yellow rectangle with height and width of 50 and 70 pixels respectively. This rectangle has round corners due to positioning. Transform the element screen on the screen to a heart in the heart after selector. Change the background color. I'm not sure if I understand this. Must have a defined content property, but it doesn't tell how it works. Target the element with class heart. The content of heart before selector should be an empty string. So it is empty here. But what about the after? So this adds a rectangle to the class heart. When before and after pseudo elements are used to make shapes, the content property is still required but such an empty string. So these pseudo elements are elements that I don't understand. They are used like one creates a shape and then the class of the heart is applied and the other one makes it create another shape. Don't understand this exactly. Oh, I think that's what I'm supposed to do, but oh, now it transformed. That's weird. Let me delete this. Let me delete this also. So without anything, it's just a square. So before it creates the heart, it creates this. Let me put like this first. Yeah, these are just the rectangles. Yeah, that's what they have the border radius here. Oh, that's supposed to come before the... Oh, it's before the shape. That makes sense. So they are all rectangles, but one comes before. If it didn't have the rotation, it would be just 3 rectangles connected like this. Let's see. Yeah, now let's take this down. So the heart is this, and then one comes before the heart, and the other one comes after. But why before is on top and after is on the right? No, they all have position absolute. It's probably because of these specifications here. Of where it is the position on the thing. I still don't understand exactly what's the purpose of this content and before and after. It's pseudo, I don't know. pseudo elements are used to add something before or after a selected element. In the following example, before pseudo element is used to add a rectangle to an element with the class art. Yeah, so let's go to the next one. Yeah, so this is the stuff that they were telling me to do on the other tutorial. Animation name sets the name of the animation, which is later used by keyframes to tell CSS which rules go with which animation. Animation duration sets the length of time for the animation. Keyframes so to specify exactly what happens within the animation over the duration. It's done by giving CSS properties for specific frames during the animation. Percentage, blah blah. So yeah, it's just a simple command to dictate how the animation is gonna happen, I think. So I think this is a command from this keyframes thing. Oh no. First he defines the name of the animation, then he calls the name here. Create an animation for the element with the ID rect. So this is the ID. By setting the animation name to rainbow and the animation duration to 4 seconds. Next, declare a keyframe rule and set the background. Yeah, so it's separated. It's not on the same class. Rainbow. Set the background color. Basically copy what he's doing. 0%. Background color blue. Oh, first 0%. Also, it's brackets inside the bracket. 0%. This should be here. Then 100%. on the middle of the animation is 50. Green. And the end of the animation, background color yellow. Okay. I'll finish this module, I think, and then I'll go back to this VS Code and try to figure out what's wrong with this. By googling some stuff. Can use CSS keyframes to change the color of a button and its overstate. Can use CSS keyframes. Here's an example of changing the width of an image on hover. Style, image hover. Yeah, so same thing as the previous one, I think. Animation. Yeah. Animation duration. So I think this animation name is more to specify the type of animation it is. Keyframes, width, 100%, another bracket, width, 40 pixels. Oh no, this is just the example. I want something different. But the ms stands for milliseconds, where 1000 ms is equal to 1 second. Use CSS keyframes to change the background color of the button element. Keyframes. So forget about this. The button element, so it's for this element. Keyframes button, I think. So it's not necessary to do the animation name and stuff. Maybe. So it becomes, should change the background color of the button element. So here, background color. So it becomes when a user hovers over it. Now you get it. So I have to do this animation thing. Or no. Background color. It's already done here on top. But it's not, it doesn't change anything. Maybe it's button hover here. No. Also not changing. If there's tips here. Yeah, it is background color. Keyframes. Background color. Then 100%. Oh, here. There's a typo here. Now it changes. This can be done by setting the animation fill mode. That's weird. Press the button to revert back to the video. Button to stay on it. Can be done. So yeah, it's fading away when I. And this one is true. When I pass the mouse over, it's fading away, and this one is so that stays on the different color. Animation, fill mode, forwards. Yeah. Set the animation fill mode, property of button hover to forwards. When elements have a specified position, such as fixed or relative, the CSS offset properties right, left, top can be used in animation rules to create movement. As shown in the example below, you can push the item downwards and then upwards by setting the top property of the 50% keyframe to 50 pixels, but having it set to 0 pixels per first. So it's basically the same thing, but for movement instead of color. From the other exercise. Keyframes rainbow. Background color blue. Here. So it goes from blue to green to yellow. Add a horizontal motion to the div animation. Using the left offset property, add to the keyframes rule so rainbow starts at 0 pixels at 0%. So I'm guessing it's here. I did it rect. Yeah. Oh, so it has top here. Add a horizontal motion to the div animation with the left offset property. Add to the keyframes rules to start. So he wants me to start at 0 from left. So rainbow starts at 0 pixels at 0%. Moves to 25 pixels. Pixels at 50% and minus 25 pixels 100%. Cool. Another easy one. Oh shit, I forgot to change the screen. Fuck. Now it's changed, I think, yeah. For this challenge, you change the opacity of an animated element so it gradually fades as it reaches the right side of the screen. Change the opacity. Target the element with the ID of ball. Animation fade. Fade. And then the opacity property is set to, so I think it's basically this, 0.1. I don't remember if there's brackets or parentheses. I think there is. Yeah. But it's not fading. Opacity. Maybe there isn't this. Yeah, now it's working. So this is to set a number of times that the animation is gonna go for. So instead of 3 here, put infinite, it stays forever. Cool. Easy. Here's one more continuous animation example with the animation iteration count. Keep the heart beating by adding the animation iteration count property for both the back class and the heart class, setting infinite value. Same thing. Heart. Infinite. Heart and back, right? Back and heart class, and setting the value to infinite. The heart before and heart after selectors do not need any animation properties. Why is not going? Maybe it's just a typo. Infinite. No, seems to be right. What's wrong? Here's one more continuous animation, an example of the animation iteration count, property that uses the heart you designed in a previous challenge. The 1 second long heartbeat animation consists of 2 animated pieces. Let me keep it like this. The heart elements, including heart piece, are animated to change size using the transform property in the background div is animated to change its color using the background property. Keep the heart beating by adding the animation iteration count property for both the back class and the heart class and setting the value to infinite. Infinite. The animation iteration count property for it's weird, man. Oh, maybe it's just when it scrolls, but still, you don't. No. What's wrong with this? Scale, rotate. Don't understand. Change size using the transform property. To change its colors using the background property. Oh, I'm doing this wrong. Not supposed to change the animation duration. I'm supposed to add the other code. Then I'm tired, man. I'm gonna stop after I finish this module right away. Not even look at the VS Code thing. Count. Not court. After the animation, wait for the element with the class name of star1 by changing its keyframes rule, choose 50%. Alter the animation weight for the element with the class name star1. So this one to 50. There are a variety of ways to alter the animation weights of similarly animated elements. So far, this is being achieved by applying animation iteration count property and setting keyframe rules. To illustrate, the animation on the right consists of two stars that each decrease in size and opacity at the 20% mark in the keyframes rule, which creates the twinkle animation. You can change the keyframes rule for one of the elements so the stars twinkle at different rates. Okay. Probably 10 more. 5 more. In the previous challenge, you changed the animation rates for two similarly animated elements by altering keyframe rules. You achieved the same goal by manipulating the animation duration of multiple elements. In the animation running in the code editor, there are 3 stars in the sky that twinkle at the same rate on a continuous loop. To make them twinkle at different rates, you can set the animation duration property to different values for each element. Set the animation duration of the elements with the class start movement to 1 second. So just change the duration. Easy. Star 1 is 1 second. Star 2, 0.9. And 1.1 here. Then it changes the speed of the animation. For the elements with ID ball 1, ball 2, ball 2, and then animation timing function property to each, and add an animation timing function property to each, and set ball 1 to linear, ball 2. So I didn't even read the thing, but I suppose it wants me to do this. Animation timing function. It probably changes the direction of the animation, the timing. And ball 2, yeah. Oh, it changes the course of the animation, the way that it falls. One is smooth, another one is linear. Property to each. Notice the difference between how the elements move during the animation but end together, since they share the same animation duration of 2 seconds. So it doesn't change the speed. Oh, it actually changed the speed so that they both, the speed of the movement, so they both get to the same place at the same time. Learn how Bezier curves work. The last challenge introduced the animation timing function property and a few keywords that change the speed of animation and animation over its duration. CSS offers an option other than keywords that provides even finer control over how the animation plays out through the use of Bezier curves. In CSS animation, Bezier curves are used with the cubic Bezier function. The shape of the curve represents how the animation plays out. The curve lies on a 1x1 coordinate system. The x-axis of this coordinate system is the duration of the animation. Think of it as a timescale. And the y-axis is the change in the animation. The cubic Bezier function consists of 4 main points that sit on this 1x1 grid. So it's basically an expression for the movement of the animation, if I'm understanding this. There are the beginning and end points, which are always located spectrally at the origin. It's like an XY coordinate system with a function for the movement of the animation. That sits on this, and has 1x1 grid. You set the x and y values for the other 2 points, and where you place them in the grid dictates the shape of the curve for the animation to follow. This is done in CSS by declaring the x and y values of the P1 and P2 anchor points in the form. So you give it 2 points and then it dictates where it moves on our XY coordinate system. I think. In the example above, the x and y values are equivalent for each point. X equals 25, which, if you remember from geometry class, results in a line that extends from the origin to point 1.1. This animation is a linear change of an element during the length of an animation. It is the same as using the linear keyword. In other words, it changes at a constant speed. For the element with the ID of ball1, change the value of the animation timing function property from linear to its equivalent cubic Bezier. Ball1. So cubic Bezier, then it's gonna be 0.25, 0.25, 0.75, 0.75. I think this is supposed to be equivalent because it goes from one point to the other point in a linear fashion, I think. Yeah, because it's 0.25, yeah, 0.25x and then 75y should give a line of 1. I think that's what's going on. Proper for the wall 1 should be the linear equivalent cubic Bezier function. Oh, there's no comma. Oh, there is comma. So there's something wrong here. Oh, here. It's Bezier. Oh, not Bezier. In this example, the curve moves faster to the y-axis, starts at 0, goes to p1 of 0, then goes to p2, y value of 1, and moves through the x-axis, 0 to start and 0 for p. As a result, the change in the animated element progresses faster than the time of the animation for the segment. Towards the end of the curve, the relationship between the changing x and y values reverses. The y value moves from 1 to 1, no change, and the x value moves from 0.25, 0.58 to 1, making the animation changes progress slower compared to the animation. See the effect of this Bezier curve in action, change the animation timing function of the element with the ID of red to a cubic Bezier function. Just gonna copy this, it's easier. Cubic Bezier function with two-way type like this, or values, oh no, I gave the values below 0.58, which are the same ones from the example. Is it right? Everything right? This will make both elements progress through the animation similarly. I think I'll watch a video about this one because video that explains better. After I'm done with the module, because I don't understand very well. Yeah, this one should do the work. Alright, one more. Change value of the animation timing function of the element with the idea of green. And just change the values here. It's an easy one. 0.54 and here it's 1.649. Introduction to the applied accessibility challenges. Accessibility generally means having web content and a user interface that can be understood, navigated, and interacted with by a broad audience. This includes people with visual, auditory, mobility, or cognitive disabilities. So I'm gonna leave that for another day, I think. And I'm just gonna watch this video here.
Sua empresa não está na internet? Então onde ela está? Na GoDaddy você compra domínio.
Hello everyone.
GitHub, name of the guy. Name of his channel, GitHub. I'll be right back. Then I'm gonna watch these videos and then I'm gonna try to see what is wrong with the VS Code file. Alright. So I'm back. Let's watch this video.
Are used to draw smooth curves that can be scaled indefinitely.
Almost forgot to change the...
I will be doing a
screen
lot of
again.
tutorials where I will be using them. So I thought maybe I should make a video explaining them, so you can have an idea of what it is all about. A Bezier curve is defined by a set of control points. For example, to draw a line segment we need 2 points. In this case, P0 and P1. To get any point in this segment, we use a linear Bezier curve function, which is equivalent to a linear interpolation, with t varies from 0 to 1. This function simply means that the influence of each point depends on t. For t equal to 0, we will get P0. For t equal to 1, we will get P1. And for each value between 0 and 1, we will get a point along the line segment linking P0 and P1. Here is a visualization of how it works. Great, that was pretty simple. Now, what about drawing a curve? In this case, we need 3 points, and use a quadratic Bezier curve. First, we need to do another linear interpolation between P1 and P2, and then interpolate between L0 and L1. This will give us Q0. If we trace the path of Q0, it will show a curve going from the first point to the last point. The first and the last control points are always the end points of the curve. This function can also be rewritten into this form. This is what is known as a quadratic Bezier curve. For a cubic Bezier curve, we need to add another control point, P3. We do a linear interpolation between P2 and P3. We call it L2. We do another interpolation between L1 and L2. And finally, we interpolate between Q0 and Q1. If we trace C0's path, it will look like this.
God damn, dude.
We can rewrite the function into this form, and this is what is known as a cubic Bezier curve. So, after all, quadratic Bezier curve is just an interpolation between 2 linear interpolations, and the cubic Bezier curve is an interpolation between 2 quadratic curves. I hope this video...
So, if I understood this, it's basically... You put the points, and the points create a line, and then out of this line there is the interpolation of the 2 lines. Is the movement of the thing you're trying, of the animation. Because it only gives 4 points, right? Yeah. Kind of confusing still. Maybe the other one is better. Now, I'm also gonna look for the video zone.
Hey everyone!
How to style how to structure HTML and CSS files. And I think for each index file of HTML there's probably an equivalent CSS file. So if you have multiple pages on one website, there's probably multiple files.
Hey everyone, Gary Simon.
HTML files and CSS files connected, each one for each specific page of the website.
Of course, Setro. And today I wanted to revisit a topic that we just looked at last week with view router page transition animations. And I wanted to do that for 2 reasons. First, there was something I kind of screwed up. I wanted to address really quickly, only like in a matter of a minute. And then also I wanted to introduce a concept of, and this isn't new to CSS, it's called the cubic Bezier property. And when used with router transition page animations, it creates for a really cool effect and allows you to very easily control the flow of the animation between the pages. All right, so the first thing I want you So what we want to do is we want to actually integrate the cubic Bezier animation. We simply have to add one property. And so we're going to add it on the router anim leave active class. All we have to do is put animation hyphen timing hyphen function property, and we're going to specify cubic and then Bezier. And then we specify 4 different values here that are comma separated within this function. So we're just going to add, for now, 0.8, negative 0.49. We'll put 0.36 and 1. Now, if you're confused about what these values are, especially if you've never seen them, don't worry. Let's just go ahead and save this real quick. And now I want you to look at the animation when this one is leaving, because we only at this point added it to the leave class, or the leave state rather. So watch what happens when it leaves. Instead of just going to the left, it's going to come out a little bit and then go back in. Notice that? Now, it's not very noticeable based on a current animation because it doesn't move much. So I want to make some really quick adjustments. And in fact, I'm not even going to make adjustments. I'm going to paste over some of this stuff with the written version of this tutorial. And so just to show you what I'm talking about, in the description, the first link will be the written version of this tutorial. If you scroll down right around here in the page, you'll see this part right here. This is everything that I want you to copy and paste in between the style section of the view component. Now, not much is changing here. I'm simply adding 2 properties to the page class. I'm adding padding to the nav. I've added a background color to one of the elements, the page elements right there. So not much is actually changing here, but I don't want to sit there and like just waste all this time in this tutorial to do this, because all I want to do with this by pasting this in is to make it a little bit more obvious, the effect. I only changed the translate X to Y and made it 300 pixels. So coming down back to our example, now you can see we're going to be showing an example that really will accentuate or demonstrate what cubic Bezier does. So isn't that cool? So it's just taking a default animation that's just going from X to Y, and it's allowing you to control the curve of the animation. So now I can talk about, all right, how do we actually control those values and get an idea of what exactly is happening with the cubic Bezier function? Well, there's a really handy, nifty website out there, and it is at cubicbezier.com. So let's go ahead and visit that real quick. So right here.
He puts here.
So this is cubicbezier.com, and what this allows you to do is on the left.
Let me enter the site. cubicbezier.com.
We can adjust and manipulate. We can even go down the beginning and end point of basically an XY coordinate. And you are able to really adjust this line, and then you can hit go. And the bottom one is just a standard animation without any type of Bezier applied to it. And this one at the top is how the animation will appear or flow with this property added. So you can adjust the duration if you want. And so let's say we like this one. Well, we can click save right here, just copy the 4 values, and then we'll go back to our code.
Oh, so now I understand. Each value creates the 1 point on the cube, and that dictates the motion of the.
So as you can see, when we pasted this in, I added a timing function for the top and bottom, and they're both slightly different. But let's just add the leave function. Let's just paste that in the leave function right there. Now watch what happens when it leaves. Now, of course, you could go real crazy with this, and I wouldn't suggest making or using some type of really elaborate type of page transition animation or cubic Bezier properties, kind of like I have here. It's a little bit too jerky, but again, this is just to demonstrate how useful this is. And by the way, if you're kind of curious about how this is kind of not overlapping, there's another real cool trick is, where is it at? Overflow hidden. That's another property that was added when we pasted that I didn't describe to the app container. So overflow hidden will make it so that any content that's coming in and animating in from a different page or a route, it won't extend beyond your container if you have a UI that kind of has a defined container like this. All right, so let me just go back real quick. I don't really actually like those properties, but for an actual page transition animation, this is pretty cool. And of course you can make it come in from the left or the right, but yeah, so that is basically how it all works out. So hopefully, you're able to follow that first tutorial and then take away something extra from this one. This is kind of just a quick, again, Sunday video. So just to keep you up to date with what's going on with my end in terms of Coursetro, I have a new course that's going to be releasing very soon. It actually uses Vue as well as this animation project, but it's going to be so much more than those 2 things. All right, so look out for that very soon, and more tutorials. All right, see you guys later.
All right, so
files organized is super important.
Maybe we'll use this website a little bit. So a linear. No, that's not a linear. How do you create a linear animation? Isn't there a way to type here? It was 0.25, 0.25. First one. 25. 25, 25. 75, 75. And that's why it's linear. So anything across this section is gonna produce a linear movement, I guess. When the two values are equal for each point. Oh, so the values you put are just the points in between, and the other ones are standard to 0, 0.0 and 0 and 1.1. Now I get it, I think. Yeah, okay.
When it comes to creating websites. So let's take a look at how we should do it. If you've been following along, you know that our websites need a folder to live in, which we call the root directory, and this is where everything is living right now. So let's open that up. So I have my 3 files there, and they're...
Let me see if... I think I synchronized FreeCodeCamp with this. What day is it? 13. Yeah, it's not synchronized, but
you know, they're just floating around a little bit. We need to organize our files better when we're doing a website. Keeping our files really well organized is very, very important, and it's going to make your lives much easier, especially as you carry on in this adventure of web design and things just get more and more complicated. So the first thing I'm going to recommend is making a folder for your images. I usually just call mine IMG. You'll see a lot of people doing that. If you want to call it images instead, you can call it images. And I'm going to put my hamster in there. I have my index here and my page 2. They are just going to stay there in short for my folder, easier in general. The other reason I upload this to the internet, it's problem. So it's going to work while it's on my computer. I have the picture of my hamster. It's hamster. Think things. That hamster in there because I used my alt text prop. I used it sort of an image generation service, but we won't get into that. What we will do is fixing this right here just really fast since we're here. So I'm going to do it. Live in this place anymore. Remember, this is a relative link. So the way this used to be working was it was in this index file, and then it was trying to find hamster.jpg, and hamster.jpg was right here. So it was looking.
This is not
what around here is called hamster.jpg. There it is, and it was working. There's no more hamster.jpg here. I have to tell it where to find this file. So my image is in my image folder. So I'm going to add img /. So now it's going. Okay, I'm going to look for img. Oh, there's something called img. Let's go inside there. And inside there, I'm going to look for hamster.jpg, and now that's working.
There's a FreeCodeCamp course here. I think I'm gonna watch this one. Maybe the beginning of this one.
Sua empresa não está na internet? Então onde ela está?
Today we're going to learn how to use CSS when we want to make a website. And in the first episode of this course here, I talked a bit about what HTML and CSS actually was. So just to do a recap, HTML is the actual content we put inside the website, which you guys see right here. Right now I have a index.html file, which is the front page. And inside this file, we have a bit of tags and some content. So if we were to actually go inside the browser, refresh, you guys can see we have a header that says this is the title. And then we have a piece of text saying lorem ipsum. So as you guys can see right now, the text doesn't look very pretty. And what we can do in order to change up how this text looks like or any other kind of elements inside the website is we can go ahead and add some styling to it. Now styling is basically used to change up how the HTML is going to look like inside the browser, and we do that using CSS. So the first thing we're going to do in this episode is I'm going to go ahead and show you guys how to actually create CSS inside your HTML file. Then afterwards, I'm going to show you guys how to create something called a style sheet, which is an actual CSS file that we use inside the website. And this is how we mostly create websites, using a style sheet, and we don't really create styling directly inside the HTML file. So basically in the future episodes, we will be using a style sheet and we won't be styling directly inside the HTML file because that's not the typical.
So he puts the method chart set inside of the heads. Yeah, there were no... I think I'm actually gonna change this, put it here. There were no titles on the website, on the landing page. Like this. And then delete this. Oh, actually, not even gonna delete. Yeah, there you go.
Typical way we do it inside real projects. Now, after we talked about styling, I also want to show you guys something called a reset style sheet, which is something we need to have inside any kind of web project, because basically when we have a browser such as Chrome or Firefox or Edge or Internet Explorer, they're all going to have some default styling inside the browsers right now. If you guys were to actually look at this, you may notice that if I were to zoom in, that we do actually have some spacing right before the text, you know, from the top of the browser and the left side of the text. And that's because right now Chrome has some default styling inside the browser, meaning that if I were to go inside my developer tool, which I showed you guys in the previous episode by right-clicking on the text, go down to inspect, you guys can see that right now we have these weird orange boxes on top of the text and below it, which basically means that right now the text has been pushed to have some spacing on the top and the bottom. And we want to reset all this inside our code before we actually do get started on any kind of web project. So we're going to go ahead and learn about that at the end of this episode. So what we're going to do first here is we're going to go ahead and just exit out here, go back inside our code. And the first thing we can do in order to actually style something directly inside the HTML file is if I were to go up inside my head tag up here, I can actually go inside the head tag and create something called a style HTML element. So right now you guys can see we have a pair of style tags, and inside the style tags we can actually go ahead and create CSS code. Now, we haven't really talked about CSS code yet, so just a few basics on what the syntax is when it comes to CSS code. And by the way, before we get frustrated that we have to learn CSS also, it is really the most easy language you can learn inside coding because it's so simple to actually use. So the first thing we're going to do here is I want to style my h2 tag down here, which has the title inside of it that says this is the title. So inside my style sheet, I'm going to go ahead and say that we have a h2 tag. So we're just going to say h2 space. Then I'm going to say we have curly brackets, opening and closing brackets, and then I'm going to go and go in between these brackets here. So now you guys can see we have the closing tag at the bottom here, and we have the opening tag right after the actual h2 definition here. So right now we actually told the code that we want to style the h2 tag, and we did that by actually putting the h2 tag inside the style elements we have here. So inside the curly brackets, I can go ahead and define what I want to change about the h2 tag. So right now we could actually say we want to change the color of the text. So I can say color, colon, and then I can go ahead and define what the color of the text should be inside the code here. So I can actually say that I want to have colon. Now we have a blue background color, darkest grayish color inside. Directly inside HTML elements. But like I said, this is not really the way we usually do it inside a typical website. Typically, we would actually create a CSS file that has all the CSS code inside of it. So what I can do here is I can actually go ahead and say we have a new file, save it inside our root folder, and I'm going to go ahead and save this one as style.css. Now, one thing I want to mention here.
same one that I use. Yeah.
Is that you don't have to call it style.css, but if you want to create some websites in the future that might have a CMS system inside of it, which some of you guys may not know what is yet, then I recommend you make it a habit to call it style.css, because you will be required inside WordPress at least to call it style.css later on if you want to use a CMS system. So just make it a habit to call it style.css. Then we're going to go ahead and save it. And one thing I want to point out here before we actually start creating styling inside the style sheet is that you can in fact have multiple style sheets inside your website. Now, typically, at least in my cases, I don't use more than one style sheet because it makes it too confusing having to have multiple documents open just to change styling inside a website. Okay, so what I'm going to go ahead and do here is, now that we have a style sheet inside the website, if I were to go ahead and say we want to style the h2 tag, open up the curly brackets, and then say I want to style the h2 tag, for example, giving it a different color, I'm going to say color, colon, red, semicolon, and save it, you guys will notice that inside the browser, it doesn't actually change the color. And that's because right now, even though we have a style sheet inside the root folder, we haven't linked to it inside the HTML file. So if I were to go inside my head tag here, we can actually go ahead and go to the next line, and we're going to go ahead and create an HTML element called link. So I'm going to open up my tag here. I'm going to say link, space, then I'm going to say rel, and set it equal to style sheet. Just to define what kind of link this is, then I'm going to go afterwards and add a second attribute, which is going to be linked to the actual style sheet. So I can actually say href, which stands for hyperreference, equal to double quotes, and then we need to create the actual path to the style sheet. Now, right now, if I were to go inside my root folder, you guys can see that the style sheet is actually right next to the index file. So we don't need to tell it to go inside any kind of folders or anything. So we can just go ahead and write style.css. And then I'm going to go ahead and end off the tag here. Now the link tag is actually an empty element, meaning that we're not going to have a closing tag. So I'm going to go ahead and save it, and now go inside my browser, refresh, and now you guys can see we have the text red.
But does it change every time you change the file? It can't be like this. Because what happens when you put the file on the server, then? On the WordPress or whatever content management system we're gonna use?
Hey, welcome to Draft Academy. My name is Mike.
Hey guys, and welcome.
So we can actually go ahead and go inside the style sheet here and create a bunch of styling, for example, for the paragraph tag if we wanted to, and we can go ahead and create a whole bunch of stylings inside the style sheet. Now, right now I showed you guys how to target specific elements inside the website with the tags here called h2 and the paragraph tag. So right now, if I were to just say that we want to style the h2, if I were to have another h2 tag below here somewhere inside the website, right now both of these tags, if I were to save it, refresh the browser, are going to be red. And we don't want to have all the different h2 tags inside our website to be red, so we can in fact, using styling, change the path to the actual element. So right now it just says h2, meaning that all h2 tags inside the website are going to be red. So what I can also do inside my styling is, if I were to put the second h2 inside a div box, and just go ahead and paste it in here. So I'm going to say copy and move it, and then go inside my styling here. I can actually go ahead and say that we have not a paragraph tag, but inside the website somewhere we have a div tag, and inside the div tag we have an h2 tag. So I say space h2, and then I open up the curly brackets, meaning that inside the website, if we have an h2 tag inside a div, then it's going to apply the styling here. So we can actually go and say color. It's going to be green, semicolon, save it, refresh the browser, and now you guys can see that this one.
So that was what was wrong. So you need to put the name of the folder that the file is at, so you can find it. And as long as it doesn't have to be all the path to the whole computer until the file. It's only inside the project you're doing. Okay. So let's commit these changes. Style sheet. should. Let me see if these changes are being committed here. I think I have to do the push and pull that sort of stuff. Maybe let's try to do this now. Git push u origin master. So I did clone this in the beginning. So how do I send? Git add here. Git add index.html. Not a git add remote. Actually, there's already the git file here. It's so confusing. Yeah, my computer doesn't work this command, alas. It says it doesn't work. It's all of the configuration files for repository. This folder contains information such as the git remotes associated with a repository, git environment. You come inside a folder that is not git repo. So I'm in this repository. Oh, maybe I need to change to this one. Now git push on your master. Now I think it works. But did it go to the website? Yeah, there we go. So it was on the wrong page. That's the problem. Don't do the wrong directory in the terminal. Yeah. And the animation is wrong here also. But I'll look at this later, I think.
Welcome to HTML and CSS from scratch video, where we'll learn HTML.
Now, you might be asking, well, are we just going to go and use divs each time we're going to go ahead and target specific elements inside the website with styling? And no, that's not really the optimal way to do it. Instead, we usually use something called classes and IDs in order to target specific elements inside our HTML files. So if I were to actually go inside my HTML file, we're not going to learn too much about it in this episode, but just to demonstrate what I mean that we can actually target specific elements using classes and IDs, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys one example here. So if I were to delete the div tag, and go inside my h2 tag, say space, and then I can go ahead and add an attribute called a class, equal to, double quotes, and then I can give this h2 tag some kind of name. I can choose whatever I want to, so in this case, I'm going to go ahead and say title. So right now we have an h2 tag inside our HTML file called title. So if I go inside my style sheet, I can actually define that I want to target this specific h2 tag by saying I want to target the tag that has a class, by saying punctuation, called title. So now if we were to go back inside the website, you guys can see that the title is still green. To copy till here by looking at it from the top to bottom, meaning that the reset styling inside the style sheet has to be the first code inside the code here doesn't have a default styling inside my code. We're going to go ahead and talk more
HTML5 and CSS3 from scratch using Visual Studio Code text editor. While video will mostly focus on HTML and CSS, we're also going to cover typical Visual Studio Code text editor setup, including nifty extensions, slick Emmet snippets, and clever keyboard shortcuts to speed up our development flow. Since video consists of would be located for the Visual Studio Code. Okay, enough of me yapping.
Need an advanced website for your business? First, go to Wix.com. I'm Margot from Wix's team. Let me walk you through building your website with some pro advice. You ready? Let's do this. Wix Video is an amazing tool to showcase what your brand is all about. Insider tip, videos make visitors spend more
with Visual Studio Code, and all of these things combined make it the best text editor out there. If you're anything like me, it is a great struggle for you to pick nice colors for your next project. And while there are many great options out there, since all of them essentially do the same thing, that is, offer you a color palette.
In this tutorial, I want to talk to you about using external style sheets in CSS. External style sheets are .css files where we can write all of the CSS for our web pages, and then we can take those .css files and we can import them into our HTML files. And the HTML files will be able to use all of the CSS that's stored inside of those external files. And one of the benefits of doing things like this is that multiple HTML files can import the same CSS file at the same time. Up until this point in this course, we've been using two main styles to style the elements on our website. The first is inline styling. And inline styling is just where you take an HTML tag and you throw this style keyword in here, and then we just define all of the CSS that we want that style to have. You can also define style tags up here in the head of your website. So inside these style tags, I can write basic CSS. I can specify styling for the body, so we can color it blue, or I can color the header ones on the website green. Make a new file. This style.css file, we can just start writing our CSS and sort of bare bones naked website. Inside of this style.css file, we can start defining some styles. So let's say maybe the body, we want all of the text to be red, and then maybe we want the header 1 to have a background color of green, right? Obviously, this is just some really basic styling, but what I can actually do is take this CSS file and I can link it to my HTML page. So what I'm equal to style sheet, because we're importing a HTML file. So I can just refer to the style sheet by its name. But if it's not in the same directory as your HTML file, you're gonna have to use either an absolute path or you're gonna have to use a relative path. So I'm just gonna say style.css. And what this should do is it should take all of the CSS inside of this style file and it should apply it to this HTML. So when I refresh the page, you see that's exactly what happened. And if I ever wanted to change any of this CSS, so maybe instead of red, we can make this blue, all those changes will automatically take effect in the HTML file because the two files are linked together. Now, what's really cool about using external style sheets is I can take this line of code right here, I can take this link tag, and I can copy it into my other HTML file over here. So up color to yellow. Now that change is gonna get updated across all of my pages. So page 2 is gonna update, and the index page is gonna update as well.
How I can create a pop-up the website. Let's play around with this thing. So keyframes to rotate. Where's the animation of this? I already forgot how to write. Oh, maybe there's no website. Here. Oh, here it is. Animation rotate. Knew something is missing there. Because this is supposed to be the class for the animation. That's the specifications for the little ball thing. Changed CSS animation. Now it's working. There's still this thing here that I don't know where it comes from. Here. Now it should be. Yes. There we go. Then the only thing that is left is the image. Cool. Where is the terminal here? Yeah. Git push. I think. Because I did this slash u, I don't need to specify anymore the path. So I think I'm gonna close this and I'm gonna study other stuff. Oh. Let's watch these videos about what is information.
We say there's information in the memory on our phones or in...
I want to get over the physics one first, because it's the one that I sort of know the answer to these questions. And I think it's the easier one for me, and then go to the other ones. Nutrition I also have a lot of knowledge on, but I want to go deeper. And then the economy. This is, I think, the main one when it comes to preventing AI self-destruction. So I'll go over this one first, and then these three. And after that, I will probably read this article here. Or at least get, not article, this paper. I think I'll read just one line or something like that. Let's open this on Kindle.
our DNA sequence. But is that just an idea we made up? Or is information...
PDF. Nice. Yeah, that should be 44. You'll probably have a lot of questions after reading this paper.
Information something real, like electrons or squirrels? Like, look at these two boxes. Both have the same number of black squares, but this one is just noise, while this one contains information. But wouldn't aliens say the same thing? If information is real, it should exist no matter who's looking, right? Okay, so this next part is going to sound like it's not related, but it is. Imagine a box full of air. Air is really just a bunch of particles flying around at different speeds, and if we add energy to the box, those particles start moving faster and the temperature goes up. One of the most fundamental laws of physics says you can't get energy out of the box unless you first add energy to it. But physics schmizzics, let's put up a wall, and a little tiny door, and a little tiny demon creature with a button that opens and closes the door. If this demon knows which particles are moving faster, it can open the door at just the right time to let them through. And over time, one side will get hotter and the other colder. And you can use that temperature difference to do cool stuff, like create electricity. Basically, that little demon lets you get energy out of the box for free, breaking the most fundamental laws of physics. Or does it? If information is really just in our minds, then yeah, this is totally impossible. But how does the demon keep track of the particles? He needs memory. It turns out that keeping his memory up to date with new information takes energy. In fact, it's the same amount of energy that you get out of the box. So he's not actually breaking the laws of physics. But what if instead of giving the demon energy to update his memory, we just give him new unused memory? He could use it to track the particles, open the door at the right time, and get energy out of the box. Does that mean we're getting energy for free? Well, no. We still have to feed the demon, just with memory instead of energy. This might all seem hypothetical, but physicists have actually made a very simple version of Maxwell's demon in the laboratory, and they used it to change the temperature of electrons using nothing but information. And that makes it seem like information isn't just something our stupid monkey brains made up. It's the thing that converts the random chaos of gas in a box into something useful. Kind of like how the information in DNA is the thing that makes a bunch of random molecules into a squirrel. Information is a catalyst that can bring order to chaos. If it's not real, then neither are we.
So I think information is intrinsically correlated with entropy. High information, low entropy, low information, high entropy.
It all starts with the question, what?
So by definition, it only exists if there is life, right? Because entropy requires life to survive, to exist.
Even is information. My name's Peter, and this is Stacks and Facts. Maybe it feels like a simple question, but what actually is information? Is it the YouTube video you watch to learn about music theory? Is it the book you read?
I'm gonna be right back. And I have to change the title of the stream and all this stuff.
read in your free time, or the podcast you listen to on the bus to work? Or are these simply a medium for something else? As it happens, there's no consensus across disciplines about what information actually is, and even within the field of LIS itself, there's no single definition that people point to, but there are lots of them, link in the doobly-doo. That's due in no small part to the fact that how a mathematician thinks of information can be wildly different from, say, a wildlife biologist, whose definition is different still from a poet's, and so on and so forth, ad nauseum, forever and ever. Amen. But if we're going to talk about information science and the various information professions, then we have to give this question some thought. What we think information is and isn't shapes how we study and interact with it. So that's what we're looking at today. Now, let's begin with one of the great philosophers of our time.
Today, we're going to tell you about a word called information, right? Information. And information means news or facts about something.
Did you catch that? News or facts about something. Now, let's see how this cookie crumbles. Okay, not this cookie. We're going to see how this cookie fits into my face. First, there's the idea of truthfulness. Information is factual. If I tell you that this is a cookie, that's information. If I tell you it's cake, that's misinformation, or at least about this cookie. It might inform you about something else, but within the context of this cookie, it's not relevant. This leads us to aboutness. Information tells us about something else. If I just sat here and said dog, magenta, Charlie Hebdo, chrysanthemum, flummox, or whatever, that wouldn't be information, it would be noise, random fluctuations that obscure or do not contain meaningful data. Finally,
so this goes into this question that I have here. By the way, he's saying, because if something is not information, then it is a lie. But how do you know what's information and what's not on a subjective realm? Even on an objective realm, because objectivity borns from statistics. So you can only have objectivity if you have statistics and you have a big sample size. So ultimately, it's all relative, right? Because the information is always going to depend on what's interacting with that thing. And maybe that's the problem of quantum mechanics. That the hard problem of consciousness. That information only exists from the portal of the observer. It's the same thing. The observer creates the information because what's underneath everything is just an infinite amount of data.
we have thingness, and information is a thing, albeit perhaps intangible. After all, news is a thing, and facts are things, right? They're just separate from the books and newspapers that hold them. And if we look at the roots of the word itself, we can see that this part of the definition is baked in. The prefix in means within, like in the brain or mind, and formare means to create, or take shape, or to form. Now, let's go back to Cookie Monster for a second.
Today, we're going to give you information about word cookie. Give me cookie, please. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Right in my hand. Oh, thank you. That cookie. Nom, 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 nom. And now we give you information about cookie. And the information is cookie was delicious. Give me other cookie, please. Other cookie. Oh, thank you, thank you. Nom, 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 nom. Now we give you more information. Cookie was delicious and crunchy. Now give me a whole box, please. Whole box. Oh, cookie's gone. Thank you.
Ultimately gone, it allows us to build in our own brains an idea of what those cookies are. At this point, the information about cookies transforms into knowledge about cookies, and this knowledge in turn will shape our future encounters with and perceptions of cookies as things. This way of thinking about information follows what's known as the data, information, knowledge, wisdom, or more simply, DIKW pyramid. The idea behind the DIKW pyramid is that concepts of things follow a path from least processed, like data, to most processed, like wisdom. It's an easy rabbit hole to fall into, but the basic idea is that if information were a cookie, then its ingredients would be the data that go into it, and how it tasted would be the knowledge that derives from it. Now, as for wisdom, that would probably be more along the lines of, say, whether or not a person decided the cookie tasted good or not. But that's outside of the scope of LIS, so we're not going to touch on that a whole lot. So let's move on. Now, Claude Shannon is one of the pioneers of information theory, which is a field of study separate from but related to LIS that looks at the engineering around signaling, that is, sending ones and zeros, radio waves, beams of light, and all that jazz. Shannon saw information as a thing to build systems around. He worked at Bell Labs during World War II, and like many of his contemporaries, his research initially revolved around wartime communications between entities and the systems that made this possible. The entities could be people, or they could be systems like radar or fire control. In 1948, his article, A Mathematical Theory of Communication, was published, which laid the groundwork for information theory as a field. We can get an idea of how it framed information from its introduction. The fundamental problem of communication is that of reproducing at one point, either exactly or approximately, a message, selected at another point. Frequently, the messages have meaning, that is, they refer to, or are correlated according to, some system with certain physical or conceptual entities. In other words, information is a thing that conveys meaning about stuff. Sound familiar? That gets transmitted as a message from one place to another. When we think of it this way, information becomes somewhat defined by the fact that it has a sender and a receiver, and is sent along a medium or a channel, whether that's electrons in a wire, or light through fiber optics, or radio waves through spacetime. The medium may introduce interference or degradation to the message itself. You could call this interference noise like I did earlier, or entropy, which is the word that Shannon borrowed for it from physics. Shannon's model also has an encoder and a decoder. These turn the information into something that can be sent on whatever medium, say zeros and ones, and then decoded and understood by the recipient, say words or coordinates. So that's Shannon's idea of information, a thing to build systems around. But there's a much more elegant definition of information that often gets attributed to him, although I haven't found a source for it. Stand by, if I find one I'll let you know. And at least philosophically, I think it contributes to our understanding. Information, he said, supposedly, is the resolution of uncertainty. Finally, let's talk about Professor Robert Losey out at UNC Chapel Hill. In his search for a definition that exists that can apply regardless of the discipline that one looks at, he gives us the idea of information from process. More specifically, information as the characteristics of a process's output that inform about the process itself. That process could be writing a book, or baking cookies, calculating pi, or looking at the stars. An interesting thing about this definition is that it pulls the definition away from being necessarily human-sourced. Losey spends an entire page discussing how a kitten's purr, for example, can produce many kinds of different information, depending on the lens through which one considers it. Maybe there's a place in LAS for a definition like this. It could give us the flexibility we need to cross the lines between computer science and psychology, or education and digital media, or user experience and social justice. But to be clear, Losey's idea is not as yet the information science definition. Such a definition does not exist. And that's okay. Because LAS pulls from so many different fields, I think that there's something to be said for having some wiggle room in how information is described. My Chinese teachers always told me, 根据生效文叫意思, which means find meaning according to context. And when we're looking at Dr. Bates's world of recorded information produced by human agency, the context matters. A lot. So that's just a few ideas of what information is, but there are tons more out there. If you want to see some of them, for example, go into the doobly-doo and you'll see a link to the entry on information from the Information Science Encyclopedia, written by our very own Dr. Bates, who I mentioned last video. Dr. Bates, you are getting so much coverage. Good on you. But I'm more curious to see how y'all decide to define information for yourself, whether that's for your studies or your work or your life more broadly. Let me know in the comments below or shoot me a tweet at StacksAtFacts and let me know, because yeah, I'd like to find out. If you liked what I did, thank you. Go ahead and actually like it on YouTube, reblog it, or do whatever you want with it. Share it with your friends. If you really liked it and want to see more stuff like this, go ahead and subscribe. Thank you for watching, and until next time, don't forget to ask questions. All right, bye.
Yeah, I think this is good enough, but probably not gonna find an answer, obviously, for the question.
Information, shortened as info, is that which informs. In other words, it is the answer to a question of some kind. It is also that from which data and knowledge can be derived, as data represents values attributed to parameters, and knowledge signifies understanding of real things or abstract concepts. As it regards data, the information's existence is not necessarily coupled to an observer. It exists beyond an event horizon. For example, while in the case of knowledge, the information requires a cognitive observer. At its most fundamental, information is any propagation of cause and effect within a system. Information is conveyed either as the content of a message or through direct or indirect observation of something. That which is perceived can be construed as a message in its own right, and in that sense, information is always conveyed as the content of a message. Information can be encoded into various forms for transmission and interpretation. For example, information may be encoded into a sequence of signs, or transmitted via a sequence of signals. It can also be encrypted for safe storage and communication. Information resolves uncertainty. The uncertainty of an event is measured by its probability of occurrence, and is inversely proportional to that. The more uncertain an event, the more information is required to resolve uncertainty of that event. The bit is a typical unit of information, but other units such as the NAT may be used. Example, information in one fair coin. IP, log 2, 2 over 1 equals 1 bit, and in 2 fair coin flips is log 2, 4 over 1 equals 2 bits. The concept that information is the message has different meanings in different contexts. Thus the concept of information becomes closely related to notions of constraint, communication, control, data, form, education, knowledge, meaning, understanding, mental stimuli, pattern, perception, representation, and entropy.
This short library video will introduce you to data basics. You'll learn what data is, why we use it, and how it is collected. Data is everywhere. It is a collection of facts. There's qualitative data, which is non-numerical data. The latte has a robust aroma, frothy appearance, and strong taste. It's in a blue cup. Qualitative data can be used to classify or categorize something. For example, if we have a box of shirts, we might collect shirt size data with categories such as small, medium, and large. Another example of categorical data could include hair color. There's also quantitative data, referring to a number. The latte contains 12 ounces of drink. It's served at 150 degrees Fahrenheit and costs $4.95. There are two different types of quantitative data. There's discrete data, which is a count and involves whole numbers. For instance, the number of children, or adults or pets in your family is discrete because you can't have 2.5 kids or 1.2 pets at home. There's also continuous data. This is numerical data that can take on any value in a certain range, such as height or temperature. So, why do we use data? We use data for different reasons. Data can be used to answer a question or tell a story. Having a question to answer can provide focus and make it easier to find patterns within the data. For example, students' primary sources is data collected by researchers such as interviews, observation, reports, and previous.
What is data, right? I'm pretty sure that's data.
Are you one of the many who dreams of becoming a data scientist? Keep watching this video if you're passionate about data science, because we will tell you how does it really work under the hood. Emma is a data scientist. Let's see how a day in her life goes while she's working on a data science project. Well, it is very important to understand the business problem first. In our meeting with the clients, Emma asks relevant questions, understands and defines objectives for the problem that needs to be tackled. She's a curious soul who asks a lot of whys, one of the many traits of a good data scientist. Now, she gears up for data acquisition to gather and scrape data from multiple sources like web servers, logs, databases, APIs, and online repositories. Oh, it seems like finding the right data takes both time and effort. After the data is gathered comes data preparation. This step involves data cleaning and data transformation. Data cleaning is the most time-consuming process as it involves handling many complex scenarios. Here, Emma deals with inconsistent data types, misspelled attributes. She defines and refines the selection of feature variables that will be used in the model development. Trains the model.
I understand what data is, but I really don't understand what data is. I get the concept that it's all the stuff before it becomes information. It's unorganized information, I think.
On the training dataset and test them to select the best performing model. Emma prefers Python for modeling the data. Whole lot of fun, has a lot of interesting aspects, and comes with its own share of challenges. Now, let's see how data science is changing the world. Data science techniques, along with genomic data, provides a deeper understanding of genetic issues in reaction to particular drugs and diseases. Logistic companies like DHL, FedEx have discovered the best routes to ship, the best suited time to deliver, the best mode of transport to choose, thus leading to cost efficiency. With data science, it is possible to not only predict employee attrition, but to also understand the key variables that influence employee turnover. Also, the airline companies can now easily predict flight delay and notify the passengers beforehand to enhance their travel experience. Well, if you're wondering, there are various roles offered to a data scientist, like data analyst.
Hey guys, it's me again, Nilima. Welcome to our channel about technology. Today in this video, I'm going to explain you the difference between data and information. Most of the people are confused between the terms data and information and use it interchangeably. But don't you think we must use it appropriately? In the final session of this video, we have lots of interesting facts regarding data and information. So please guys, watch it till the end. Now let's get started.
YouTube channel.
So, what is data? Data is a raw, unanalyzed, unorganized, unrelated, and uninterrupted entity. It can be understood as the facts that relates or specifies the existence of something. But it is hard to understand the raw data as it do not have any context, hence no meaning. It is derived from the Latin word datum, which means something given. So anything that is considered as the input for a data processing system, like any device, human brain, software, anything, is the data, which is further processed and stored as information. That adds a meaning to the data. If we understand the data in the reverse order, it is the information which has been converted in more raw form to transfer it in a convenient way. Data can exist in multiple forms such as numbers, letters, set of characters, images, graphics, etc. However, a computer and electronic device works on the binary language and transfer data in the stream of bits, that is streams of zeros and ones. So the measuring units for the data are bits, nibble, byte, kilobyte, megabyte, etc., which we will further discuss in the next slide. Everything has a specific lifetime. For example, the data concerning a traditional technology will get less valuable when it is replaced by a new technology. So data deteriorates as time passes. The following chart shows the various units of data and their conversion. These are the various units, size of the units in bytes, and this is the decimal equivalent of the units. Now what is an information? Processed data is information which is accurate, systematic, understandable, relevant, and timely. It is derived from the French verb informare, which means to inform. Information comes from the processing of data. People or computers can find patterns in data, which gives them information, and it enhances their knowledge about the subject. Information adds meaning to the data. Information is critical in sense. Now what does it mean here? Let's take an example to understand this. If someone gets your social account details, such as he or she just get some data, such as some digits of your hierarchy, which we'll discuss further. Raw data is relative because data processing often occurs in stages. So the processed data from one stage can be the raw data for the next stage of processing. Now we have taken an example of some numbers. The shown set of numbers is data, but it describes nothing because there is no context. We do not know whether it is the cost of some product, salary of a person, or the rent of a house. It could be anything. It does not add any knowledge to these numbers. Now, does it make any sense? Yes. If it is the sales of some product, which is increased month by month, as you can see here, this is information. So information informs you of something you did not already know, or it is presented in a way that has meaning and is useful. So information is the data which has been processed, converted to provide a meaning, organized in some way. Now let's discuss the stages of processing the data. There are 4 stages of processing the data. First, input. Input is the data that is inserted into the information system. The second stage is data processing, in which the data is changed and manipulated in the information system. Third stage is...
So I think a better question is, how is data processed by human beings? Let's watch this.
Right. Is this data, this picture, or that data? Is this data? What is data? So we talked a lot about data in the last video. Why is it important that we can analyze and understand data? But what is data? Everybody has data. Everybody's generating it. Companies are generating on us. We're generating it ourselves, when we use social media and so on. But what is it? And understanding what it is a prerequisite for being able to use it properly. Perhaps the most important thing as far as we're concerned, so people who are trying to analyze data sort of scientifically, is that data has to be measurable, right? So the idea is, if you're going to do a survey on what people like, everyone's got to be using the same scale and the same rating system. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense, right? We can't have someone rating things from 1 to 5 and someone else saying, I thought it was good, right? Because which one of 1 to 5 is good? We don't know, right? So everyone's got to be doing the same thing. Your data's got to be a consistent format. And once that's achieved, at least we're a little bit closer to be able to make some sense of it. Broadly speaking, when we talk about data, we kind of have 4 different types. And we summarize this with this nice noir word. So N-O-I-R, noir. And each of these different types of data, we can do different things with, right? So N, that's the first type. So this is nominal data. The nominal data is where we have no distance between the values that we can measure, right? Because they're not really quantities, and we can't order them. So a good example would be colours. So maybe you have your favourite colour is red, and my favourite colour is blue. I don't know. Which is better than the other? There is no measurement between them, right? Is blue closer to green than red is? That doesn't make any sense, right? We're not talking about wavelengths. We're just talking about the colours, right? Another good example would be, let's say in football, player numbers on your back, right? Now, symbolically, sometimes certain player numbers have a meaning, but you can't compare and contrast them. You can't say that 8 is 2 times better than 4, right? That doesn't make any sense, right? You also can't really order them in general, right? Player 16 doesn't go before or after player 13 in a list. That doesn't make any sense, right? So nominal data is data where, and it's useful, right? It could be really important, but it's data where we kind of have labels, but no way of ordering these labels. So you can still analyze it, but you can't, for example, calculate the average, like the mean average, right? That wouldn't make any sense. What you can do is calculate the mode. So you can calculate the most common one. So you could say that more people prefer red to blue, but you couldn't say, the average colour that people like is a sort of muddy brown, right? That doesn't make any sense at all, right? So as we go down this list, we get slightly more and more informative, in some sense, types of data. So the next one is ordinal. So in ordinal data, we have an order, but we can't measure distances between things. So a good example would be something like positions people finished in a race. So, maybe I finished first, I'm super quick, right? You didn't, you finished third. But how far we are apart, that isn't included in that kind of data. You'd have to have a separate value for that. Another example that we're all familiar with is rating systems, right? So perhaps I rate a film from 1 to 5 stars and you rate the film from 1 to 5 stars, but you can't really say that a film that scored 4 stars is 2 times better than one that scored 2, because that's very subjective and there's no real sort of measurable distance between these stars. If you have ordinal data, you can calculate the mode. Again, you can calculate the most common value of all the values that were returned, or you can calculate the median, the one that sits in the middle, right? So maybe 50 runners in a race, the 25th position, roughly speaking, is going to be around the median. So it's still not hugely useful, right? But next up we have interval data. Interval data, we have an order and we have a distance, but we have no sort of absolute zero for this scale. So a good example would be something like degrees Celsius, right, or degrees Fahrenheit. 0 degrees Celsius isn't no temperature, it's a specific temperature, right? So we can't say that 50 degrees is half of 100 degrees, right? The numbers are half, but it doesn't really make sense, right? We can say that 100 degrees is hotter than 50, which is hotter than 0, right? So this is interval data. Now interval data lets us do a few more things than we could with ordinal. As well as being able to calculate the mode and median, we can now calculate the mean temperature, that's okay. And we can also calculate things like the range, the minimum and maximum temperatures for a certain window, right? So that's pretty useful. Another good example of interval would be pH level, right? Again, a pH of 0 means very acidic. It doesn't mean there is no acidity at all, or no pH at all. We can say that a pH of 13 is higher than a pH of 7, is higher than a pH of 3, right? And we know how far apart these numbers are, but we can't necessarily say if one is double another one. So the final kind of data we're going to look at is ratio data. So the columns are attributes, or the things we've been measuring. The rows, those are the instances or the samples we've got. So that's all the individual people. So here's person 1 and person 2. John's made it, yes, no. It throughout.
It's not what I'm looking for.
Obviously, you could use MATLAB or Python or some other library if you wanted to. I think that
I'm just gonna
different variables or 6 attributes.
This is probably interesting also. But what is effect?
This is Mary. Mary is a neuroscientist, a pretty brilliant one, who specializes in vision. She can tell you all about your cone cells, which are the color-sensitive receptors in your eye, or how your...
Let me watch this first. SciShow.
Computers are cool. And our brain is probably the coolest computer of all. When you're shopping around for a new computer, one of the things you look for is the storage size of the hard drive, how much data your computer can hold. So it's fun to pose the same question about ourselves. If our brains were computers, how much data could they store? It's not an easy question to answer, in part because any comparison between a computer and our brain is far from exact. They don't really work the same way. But that doesn't stop scientists from trying. In computer science, the smallest unit of data is a bit, short for binary digit. A bit can have one of two binary states, 0 or 1, similar to on and off. 8 bits make a byte. By combining bits, you can store more information. For example, if you have 2 bits, you can store 4 different states, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, or 1, 1. But not everyone agrees on what the neurological equivalent of a bit would be. Since a bit is the smallest unit of storage in a computer, one possible approach is to compare a single bit to a single synapse in the brain. That's the area where 2 neurons meet and exchange information. Synapses are the workhorse of memory, the smallest functional unit, much like a bit. And like a bit, they were originally thought to have 2 states, on and off. There are approximately 250 trillion synapses in our brains, So if one synapse is 1 bit, that would be about 30 terabytes of data in our brain, or 30 trillion bytes. However, it gets trickier. Signals from neurons at the synapse can vary in size. Instead of just being on or off, a single synapse can carry a signal with varying degrees of strength. These differences in synaptic strength are associated with how strong a memory is. If the synaptic strength is small, you will be less likely to remember something than if the strength is large. For a while, it was believed that a synaptic signal could only be small, medium, or large. With 3 possible states, this would make a synapse roughly equivalent to 1 to 2 bits, which boosts the overall estimate a little. But it gets even more complex. A study published in 2015 found that instead of a single synapse being able to have only small, medium, and large signals, there were actually 26 possible states. The researchers measured the synaptic strength of 2 synapses coming from the same neuron. They predicted that each would have the same strength. Instead, there was an 8% difference. Remember that these 2 synapses originated from the same neuron. When the researchers crunched the numbers, that 8% difference translated into a minimum of 26 different synaptic states. This increase in potential states increases the amount of synaptic strength that a single neuron can exhibit, making a single synapse capable of storing almost 5 bits. Our brains are thought to have around 86 billion neurons, and a single neuron can actually have thousands of synapses. That works out to roughly 250 trillion synapses in the brain. If we do some back-of-the-envelope math, at 5 bits per synapse, that gets us in the neighborhood of 150 terabytes. It should be noted that these theoretical estimates are just approximations. We can't really know for sure what our brain can store. This is more of an educated, wild guess. Plus, what our brains do and what computers do are fairly different, so this is more of a thought experiment than actually saying anything about your brain being a hard drive. Even so, if you figure a DVD can hold about 4.7 gigs, that's in the neighborhood of 30,000 DVDs. So give your brain some credit. It's probably pretty spacious. Thanks for asking, and thanks to our patrons on Patreon for making it possible to spend our time posing and answering such wild hypotheticals in the name of science. Patrons get to choose questions for us to answer, so if you've got a burning question of your own, consider supporting us.
Rain perceives color, but for her whole life, she's lived in a house where everything is black and white, and she's never left. She has a black and white TV and a black and white computer monitor. She knows everything there is to know about color, but she's never experienced it. So here's a question for you. If one day Mary leaves her black and white house, if she goes outside and actually experiences color, will she learn anything? Or not? This is the knowledge argument, also known as Mary's room. It's a thought experiment first proposed by Australian philosopher Frank Jackson in 1982. It aims to demonstrate that our conscious experience is made up of non-physical things. Let me explain. Physicalism is a philosophical view that everything that exists has physical properties. For example, chemistry, biology, and even neuroscience tell us that human bodies are composed of 6 basic elements, which then make up things like our cells, bones, and muscles. But is our physical nature our complete nature? Jackson argued that physicalism must be false, because even though Mary knew all the physical facts about color, there is a fact she discovers when she leaves her black and white house. The fact about what it is like for someone to see red, or blue, or green. This idea in philosophy was discussed long before Mary's room. Back in 1925, English philosopher Charlie Broad posed a similar scenario. Imagine that a mathematical angel with unlimited mathematical skill would know the exact microscopic structure of ammonia, but he wouldn't be able to predict that a substance with this structure would smell like ammonia does when it gets into the human nose. The angel could predict that ammonia would stimulate your olfactory nerves, but he wouldn't know the exact smell until he experienced it. So can some facts be subjective? And then, are they still facts? If your first-person conscious experience counts, then maybe your brain is more than just an information processing machine. The mind-body problem is where philosophy and neuroscience meet. The problem asks, what is the relationship between the mind, our beliefs, sensations, and emotions, and the body, the matter we're composed of? In a 2008 study, neuroscientists showed people random letters while they had their brain activity recorded in an fMRI machine. They were asked to press a button whenever they felt like it and remember which letter was on the screen when they did. The subject showed a pattern of brain activity that predicted their actions up to 7 seconds before their conscious decision. The unconscious activity in their brains shaped their decision-making. In terms of that mind-body problem, this suggests that your body encompasses your mind. Is our first-person experience so special? Of course, the answer to this question depends on your perspective. In the case of Mary, her experience of color will probably change her feelings and emotions towards color, but not her scientific understanding of it. So perhaps a fact isn't subjective, but our interpretation of it can be. And that's a fact. Let me know what you think in the comments, and see you next week.
Yeah. I'm just gonna... Nobody has an answer, basically, for this.
If you take a piece of wood and put it next to another piece of wood, nothing happens. And if you take a piece of granite and put it next to another rock, still nothing. But if you take this piece of iron and put it next to this other piece of iron, magnet. Magnetic objects are able to magically attract at long distances because they generate magnetic fields that extend invisibly out beyond the object. But the mystery is this: where do magnetic fields come from?
Well, that's easy, Henry. We've known for a long time that electricity and magnetism are really just two sides of the same coin, kind of like mass and energy or time and space. They can be transformed into one another. And in fact, a magnetic field is just what an electric field becomes when an electrically charged object starts moving.
That makes sense for explaining why a current of electrons flowing through a wire causes this compass needle to move, or how currents in the Earth's outer core generate the geomagnetic field. But a bar magnet or the compass needle itself are just pieces of metal without any electrical current running through them.
Or are they? At the microscopic level, there are loads of electrons whizzing around the atoms and molecules that make up any solid.
Right. This brings up an excellent point. The magnetic behavior of any everyday object is influenced by a fascinating combination of effects ranging from the level of particles to atoms, collections of atoms, and collections of atoms. First, individual particles. Unlike the everyday workings of gravity and electricity, permanent magnets can only be fully understood as a quantum mechanical effect. In much the same way that particles like electrons and quarks have fundamental properties called mass and electrical charge, most particles also have another intrinsic property called tiny magnet. Just kidding, it's called intrinsic magnetic moment, but really that's just technical mumbo-jumbo saying that particles with electric charge also happen to be tiny magnets.
If you want to know why they're tiny magnets, well, you may as well ask, why are particles charged in the first place? Or why do objects with mass and energy attract each other gravitationally? No one knows. We just know that's the way the universe works.
Exactly, and since the 1920s, we've known that each individual electron or proton is basically a tiny magnet, which brings us to the level of atoms. An atom is a bunch of positively charged protons with a bunch of negatively charged electrons whizzing around them. The proton tiny magnets are about 1,000 times weaker than the electron ones, so the nucleus of the atom has almost no effect on the magnetism of the atom as a whole.
And you might think that since many, though not all, of the electrons are also moving, that like a current in a wire, they should generate magnetic fields due to that motion. And indeed they do. These are called orbital magnetic fields.
Except these don't usually contribute to the magnetic field of an atom. Here's why. Electrons in atoms are accurately and complicatedly described by quantum mechanics, but the gist of the story is that electrons congregate in shells around the nucleus. The electrons in any filled shell zoom equally in all directions, so the currents they generate cancel out and generate no magnetic field. These electrons also come in pairs whose tiny magnets point in opposite directions and also cancel. However, in a half-filled shell, all of the electrons are unpaired, and their tiny magnets point in the same direction and add up, meaning that it's the intrinsic magnetism of the electrons in the outer shell that gives an atom the majority of its magnetic field. So atoms near the side of any of the major blocks of the periodic table, which have full or nearly full outer electron shells, aren't magnetic, and atoms in the middle of the blocks have half-full outer electron shells and are magnetic. For example, nickel, cobalt, iron, manganese, chromium, etc.
Wait, but chromium isn't magnetic.
But just because an atom is magnetic doesn't mean that a material made up of lots of that atom will be magnetic, which brings us to the level of crystals. When a bunch of magnetic atoms get together to make a solid, they generally have two options. One is for all the atoms to align their magnetic fields with each other, or they can align their magnetic fields in an alternating fashion so they all cancel out. The atoms will do whichever one requires less energy.
That's why chromium, for example, is a very magnetic atom but a very unmagnetic solid, because it's one of the most anti-ferromagnetic materials that we know. Iron, on the other hand, is the namesake of ferromagnetism, so it is unsurprisingly ferromagnetic, or, in usual parlance, magnetic.
Sometimes. The last and final level of magnetism is that of domains. Essentially, even in a magnetic material where the magnetic fields of atoms line up together, it's possible that one chunk of the material will have all its atoms lined up pointing one way, and another chunk will have all its atoms pointing another way, and so on.
If all of these domains are of a similar size, then none may be strong enough to force the others to align with it. In which case, a piece of iron, for example, may have no magnetic field at all because of all the warring magnetic kingdoms within it.
However, if you apply a strong enough magnetic field from outside the material, you can help one domain expand its control over its neighbors, and so on, until all of the domains have been unified into one kingdom, all pointing in the same direction.
And now, finally, you can rule with an iron fist! I mean, magnet. It's magnetic because it's ferromagnetic and all of the domains are aligned.
Exactly. What's remarkable is that magnetism is a fundamentally quantum property amplified to the size of everyday objects. Every permanent magnet is a reminder that quantum mechanics underlies our universe. In order for an everyday object to be magnetic, though, it has to have a unified kingdom of magnetic domains, each made up of bajillions of magnetic atoms which also need to be aligned with each other, each of which can only be magnetic in the first place if it has an approximately half-filled outer shell of electrons, so their intrinsic magnetic fields can align and not cancel each other out. Not surprisingly, these criteria are pretty difficult to fulfill, which is why there are only a limited number of suitable materials you can use when you're building a magnet.
Or you could just run a current through any electrical conductor and produce a magnetic field that way.
But hey, why does that work in the first place? Click here to go over to Veritasium and we'll find out what special relativity and the speed of light have to do with electromagnets. I want to find out.
This episode is supported by Prudential.
Yeah, so basically it's the same thing as electricity. And I still don't quite understand it. And I think that model is outdated because now they say that electrons are actually a wave function and they don't have a clear position. What is the relationship between magnetism and electricity?
So it's Friday, April 21st, 1820. A physics professor in Denmark named Hans Christian Ørsted is in the middle of a lecture and he's using a compass and an electric wire for a demonstration. He turns on the current that runs through the wire and he notices that the needle in the compass starts to move. And when he turns the current off, the needle moves back to where it was. Then he runs the current through the wire in the opposite direction and sees the needle move the other way. What Ørsted demonstrated that day was a fundamental discovery, the connection between electricity and magnetism. And it changed the field of physics forever. The relationship between electricity and magnetism not only explains what Ørsted and his students witnessed in 1820, it also makes possible much of the technology that's used today, from hydroelectric dams to your smartphone. It even explains why Earth's magnetic field is essentially keeping you from being cooked alive right now. And all you really need to understand the basics of magnetism and electricity is this. You're probably familiar with the basics of magnets already. They have a north and south pole. Two of the same pole will repel each other, while opposites attract. Only certain materials, especially those that contain iron, can be magnets. It depends on their molecular properties. And other metals, including cobalt, nickel, and iron, are attracted to magnets, even though they aren't magnets themselves, like the metal in your refrigerator door. And there's a magnetic field around Earth, which is why you can use a compass to figure out which way is north. The magnet in the compass aligns itself with the Earth's magnetic field. Just as we use electric field lines to represent the electric field created by charges, we can draw magnetic field lines to represent magnetic fields created by magnets. And as with electric fields, the more crowded the lines are, the stronger the magnetic field. The lines point from the north pole to the south pole, like how electric field lines point from the positive to the negative charge. But there's a key difference. You can have an electric field spreading outward from a single electric charge, but that can't happen with magnets because you can't isolate one magnetic pole. If you chop a bar magnet in half, you don't end up with one north magnet and one south magnet. You end up with two magnets, each with its own north pole and south pole. This means that the magnetic field lines surrounding a magnet always form closed loops. We measure magnetic fields using a unit called the Tesla, which is 1 Newton per ampere meter, and 1 Tesla is a very strong magnetic field. The fields from some of the strongest superconducting magnets in the world are only 10 Teslas. Now, when Ørsted was doing a demonstration on that fateful day in 1820, he was using a regular compass magnet, but when he brought the magnet close to a wire carrying a current, the magnetic field from the current exerted a force on the needle, moving it to point in a different direction. Ørsted had discovered one of the fundamental principles of electromagnetism. An electric current produces a magnetic field. After a few more months of experimenting, Ørsted figured out that when a current runs through a wire, the magnetic field that it produces surrounds the wire. Expressed with field lines, the magnetic field would appear as circles with the wire at their center. If the current was coming straight towards you, the field lines would be pointing counterclockwise. And we use the vector B to represent the magnetic field. The magnitude of the vector is the strength of the magnetic field, and the direction of the vector is the field's direction. Now, there's an easy way to remember how the direction of the electric current and the direction of the magnetic field it produces relate to each other. It's called the first right-hand rule, because there are actually 3 right-hand rules. Just take your right hand and point your thumb in the direction of the electric current. Which brings us to the second right-hand rule. This one helps you keep track of with respect to the magnetic field's direction. The stronger the forces, that's where sine theta comes in. Its maximum value is 1 when theta is 90 degrees. So the current is perpendicular to the magnetic force on single electric charges that pass through it. And this is exactly what the Earth's magnetic field does to the charged particles coming from the sun. It deflects them, sending them spiraling away and protecting us from the worst of the radiation. Let's suppose you wanted to find the magnitude of the force of the magnetic field on a single charged particle from the sun. All you'd have to do is change the equation we use for the force on the current to account for the fact that we're talking about a single charge. The equation for the force of a magnetic field on a current says that the strength of the force is equal to the current times the length of the wire times the strength of the magnetic field times the sine of the angle between the current and the magnetic field. Now, 2 of those variables don't apply to a single charge, the current I and the length L. But current is just equal to the number of charged particles passing a given point over a certain amount of time, which we'll call n, times their charge q, divided by that time t. For a single charge, n is just 1, and the length is just equal to velocity v multiplied by time. So we can apply these 2 facts to our equation for force, which tells us that the force on an electric charge moving through a magnetic field is equal to q divided by time, multiplied by velocity times time, times the strength of the magnetic field, times the sine of theta. These 2 t's cancel each other out, so the equation simplifies to F equals qvb sine theta. That means that, like the force on a current running through a wire, the force on a single electric charge depends on 4 factors. One is the same as with a current. The stronger the magnetic field, the stronger the force. The other 3 factors are slightly different from the case with a current. First, the force is stronger the closer to perpendicular the charge's velocity is to the magnetic field lines, which means that if the charge's velocity is parallel to the magnetic field lines, there won't be any force on it whatsoever. Second, the more charge the particle has, the stronger the force. And third, the faster the particle is moving, the stronger the force. Finding the direction of this force is where the third right-hand rule comes in. So get your right hand out again, straighten your fingers with your thumb stretched outward, then point your arm in the direction of the particle.
I don't care about this.
Thanks to Prudential for sponsoring this episode.
Yeah, I don't know. Still not very clear how they're actually related. I understand that one creates the other one, but what is happening on the molecular, on the atomic level? And what is a magnetic field? Like, what is made of? What is it made of? I think it's basically the difference in charges from electrons, but that also creates electricity.
Sometimes you'll see a science teacher playing with a magnet, and occasionally they'll cover it with a piece of paper, then sprinkle iron filings on top. This produces a pretty pattern. They often exclaim, "Look, the magnetic field lines." But what are these magnetic field lines? Simply put, they're an idea visualized. Basically, they are guides which tell us in what direction a compass will point, and this helps scientists predict how things will interact with magnets. In this episode, we'll deal only with lines outside of a bar magnet. Later on, we'll tackle more subtle scenarios. However, for this case, it's quite simple. Here are the rules for drawing magnetic field lines. First, field lines start on a magnet's north pole and end on a south pole. They don't cross. Remember, they tell us the direction a compass points, and it can't very well point in more than one direction. Consequently, you can think of the lines as the stronger the force. The lines sort of and opposites.
In today's video, we're going to explain and visualize what a magnetic field is. Before we do, I want to quickly explain two simple things that are going to help: a magnetic force and the concept of a field in physics. Magnets, as we know, attract and repel other magnets or metals. Magnetic force is this force of attraction or repulsion caused by the magnet. It is very simple. Fields are an interesting mathematical construct in physics. The idea of a field probably came from the fact that there are forces that are clearly seen between two objects without requiring any physical contact, like, well, magnets. So a field is the area around a point or an object where a force exists. For electric fields, for example, it is the area around a charge where electric force exists. And for magnets, it's just the magnetic force, which we spoke about earlier, around a magnet or a magnet around it, where this magnet can attract.
We're going to talk about the same thing from the other video.
On the strength of its magnetic field, the force starts to be seen, and the two Very simple, quick explanation this time. Thank you so much for watching. If you have any questions about other concepts.
We've all heard of magnets. Magnets are what make your car run. They're what generate the electricity that lets you read a book at night. And they're what let you pay for your gas with a credit card. But what exactly is a magnet? What makes some materials, like iron and neodymium, magnetic, while other materials...
Hello everyone, and welcome to this week's video. Today I'm going to be explaining how magnets work. Now, magnets basically boil down to quantum mechanics, and it's a pretty difficult subject to understand, but I'm going to do my best to kind of oversimplify it and make it so that you can understand how they work. So basically, the way magnets get their magnetic force is it's a sum of the magnetic forces of the unpaired electrons of the magnet's material. So what does that mean? Okay, well, basically electrons have magnetic fields. Electrons are basically really tiny permanent magnets, and so an electron's spin determines its magnetic field. So spin is an intrinsic property of electrons, which is basically it's explained by quantum mechanics, and so basically if an electron has a spin, and I've just drawn this arrow here showing that the electron is spinning this direction, it's not actually something you can visualize, that's what's so difficult about quantum mechanics, but for the purposes of this video, we're just going to say that if the electron spins in that direction, it's going to create this...
No, how can it spin? I understand that, but if it's a wave, not a particle, is the wave spinning, or...?
It's a magnetic field here with north up top and south at the bottom. Now, if the electron were to have the opposite spin, rotating the other direction, even though it's not actually what spin is, but if it were to have the opposite spin, then the north pole would be down here and the south would be down there. Okay, so most atoms, in most materials, have paired electron orbits. So that means that there's two electrons going around in an orbit, and so here we've got just a basic visualization, very oversimplified, of what an atom looks like. And so you've got these unpaired electrons moving around the protons and neutrons of the atom. Okay, so these paired electron orbits have two electrons, and both of these electrons have opposite spin. So because they have opposite spin, they produce no magnetic field. But if you have a single unpaired electron with that same atom, so you've got this same element here, except, well, different element, and this element doesn't have an even number of electrons, and in fact one of those electrons is out on its own orbit. Okay, well, that orbit, this atom is going to take on the properties of that one unpaired electron, because all the other paired electrons cancel themselves out. So because that one electron produces this magnetic field, this atom as a whole takes on that magnetic field. So if you stack a ton of these atoms just like this one together in the same orientation, you'll create a large magnet that looks just like this. You'll have north on top and south on the bottom, simply by connecting a big chain of these. So what happens is, with materials that have these unpaired electrons within their elements, there's going to be these magnetic domains, and those magnetic domains are areas where all of the electrons have all of the atoms have kind of aligned their magnetic fields. But because there's a bunch of different ones, it all pretty much cancels out, and so this material won't have any magnetic property. So this could be something like iron. You might see something like this, whereas you know that iron is magnetic because you can put a magnet to it and it will attach itself, but by itself, it won't attract anything else. You can't put iron to iron and expect them to just stay attached. So the way you can get these aligned is to apply a very strong magnetic field, and by applying a very strong magnetic field to this, you can align these magnetic domains, and then you will have a magnet with a north and south pole. So something that does occur naturally, but is very rare, hence the name rare earth metals, is when these are naturally aligned in a material, and so the electron orbits, the unpaired electron orbits, are all lined up.
So I think I'm gonna write here, what is the relationship between density and magnetism. I think I'm gonna put red on this one and red on this one.
They'll have the same spin orientation, and so thus there's a north pole created on one side and a south pole created on the other side, and you have a magnet. So that's the basics of how magnets work. There's probably still some more questions as far as spin, but it gets a little deeper into quantum mechanics, and so I just want to kind of oversimplify it so you get a general understanding. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to leave them below.
So yeah, I think that's it for today. I'm gonna rest, and then I'll continue probably on Monday. See you.